Going live now. And I believe we are up.
Great. Good morning. You're here with the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I am State Senator Mark Lawrence, and I am going to be chairing the first hearing today. And then Representative Berry, my co-chair, will be taking over to chair from then on. And I'll ask Representative Berry just now to introduce himself.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Skeet. And I am Seth Berry. I represent House District 55, which is Bowdoin, Bodenham, almost all of Richmond, and beautiful Swan Island on the Kennebec, and the House Chair of the committee. Back to you, Senator.
Thank you. Representative Ziegler.
I'm Representative Paige Ziegler from District 96 in Waldo County, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Mount Palmyra, Palermo, and Searsmont.
Representative Grochowski.
Good morning, all. I'm Nicole Grochowski. I represent House District 132, the city of Ellsworth and the town of Trenton at the crossroads of Down East Maine.
Representative Carlo.
Good morning, Representative Carlo from House District 16, which is part of Buxton, Olipolis, and a part Saco. I apologize for being under duress today, but in about a half hour, I'm going to be heading out to get my shot. So that is why I'm wearing a polo. Thanks for the forbearance.
Super. The House Republican lead, Representative Wadsworth.
Good morning, world. Nate Wadsworth, House District 70, Southern Oxford County.
Representative Cuddy.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, and that's Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville.
Representative Foster.
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster, representing District 104, which has responsibility for the towns of Dexter, Garland, Stetson, Exeter, and Charleston.
Representative Wood.
Good morning. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Senator Vitelli.
Good morning. I'm Senator Eloise Vitelli. I represent Senate District 23, which is all of Saginaw County in the town of Dresden in Lincoln County, and I reside in the beautiful small little community of Arousik.
Senator Stewart.
Morning, folks. I'm Trey Stewart, State Senator in District 2, which includes 51 communities in Southern Aroostook and Northern Penobscot counties, including the town of Sherman.
And with us today is our clerk, Jordan Merrifield, and our 2 analysts, Deirdre Snyder and Dan Tartikoff. And as Representative Berry said, we are being joined by the ever attention-seeking Skeet the squirrel chaser. So I apologize for being a little distracted, but he has to have his morning fix of scratches. So we're doing public hearings this morning, and we're going to be doing work sessions this afternoon. And the order today is actually going to be the numerical order. We have not had any requests to go out of order. So we will be going in that order. And just to do my usual explanation for anybody new to public hearings, how the legislature runs its public hearings. The purpose of the hearing today is to invite testimony from members of the public regarding proposed legislation that is pending before this committee. This is the one opportunity people have to give public testimony. We will have a work session later on these bills, but that is for the committee to work the bill. That is not a second public hearing. We do often ask people to join in the work session to answer some of our questions, but it is not a second public hearing, just so you know. The committee will hear testimony from persons, including those participating on Zoom or by phone, and we do occasionally have people by phone, who wish to speak for, against, or neither for nor against the bills being heard today. With the leave of the chairs, Representative Berry and myself, or anyone else we appoint on the committee, committee members may ask questions of any person testifying today. So the format is you will have 3 minutes for your testimony, And we limit that to 3 minutes simply because it's not that we don't want to cut off your speech, but we have so many bills to hear that we would never get through them all if we did not place a limit on the time. So it's 3 minutes. So if you have written testimony, we ask that you summarize it in that 3 minutes and submit the written testimony that we can review later on as we go through the process. Other questions of you testifying are not allowed. So in other words, other people who are attendees in this meeting cannot ask you questions. Only members of the committee may ask you questions. Whether or not you testify, you may submit written testimony to the committee. And I would encourage you to do that because we actually read a lot of this testimony. We review it before work sessions. So it's it maintains a permanent record of the committee and a permanent record on the legislative website and a permanent record in the legislative history of this bill. So by submitting written testimony, it allows us to review that information as we need to. Please be mindful that testimony is public and is available to all once it is presented. Written testimony will also be posted on the legislature's website for viewing by any interested person. Persons testifying at the public hearing today are advised that the public hearing is being live streamed on the internet and may be heard by persons listening online, and that the video live stream is also being recorded and will be archived on the legislature's webpage. If you wish to testify when we do promote you to a panelist, and I do recognize you, we ask that you identify yourself by name and your residence. And if you are here representing an organization, not just yourself personally, we ask you to identify who that organization is. We'll hear testimony in the following order. We'll hear first from the sponsor of the bill. Then we will hear from any of the co-sponsors of the bill. And just for your information, legislators are not limited to 3 minutes in testifying, because we know as a rule in the legislature that if you can't say it in 3 minutes, you might as well stop because no one is listening to you any longer. After we hear from the sponsors and the co-sponsors, those speaking, we'll hear from those speaking in favor of the bill, then from those speaking in opposition to the bill. Then we will hear from people neither for nor against. It doesn't really apply to any of our hearings today, but on occasion we have so many people sign up that we will alternate between proponents, opponents, and neither for nor against. If it looks like one side is going to go more than a half an hour or so, just so other people don't have to wait around till the very end. If you have any written materials to accompany your testimony, please submit it online if you have not already done so. And for all future references, we ask people who want to testify to sign up by 10 p.m. the night before. That allows Jordan Merrifield, our clerk, to prepare the list for us today so we will know who's testifying. That way he doesn't get interrupted in the half an hour or an hour he does before the hearing to prepare. We just ask you to be conscious of what's in your background on your Zoom. We don't want anything offensive. We don't want any offensive language. And please remember that this is publicly being recorded. I'll start off with the first bill, if Skeet would calm down a little. And I can get to my testimony, my list of people signed up. It is LD 682, an act to ensure the viability of the Northern Maine electric transmission grid. Chair is pleased to recognize the Senate lead of the committee, Senate Republican lead of the committee, Senator Trey Stewart, for the purposes of presenting this bill. Senator Stewart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, my colleagues on the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I am Trey Stewart, and I have the distinction of representing 51 communities in Aroostook and Penobscot counties, and I'm before you this morning to present LD 682, an act to ensure the viability of the Northern Maine electric transmission grid. As most of you are aware, in 2019, the legislature passed a bill that I had sponsored to have the Governor's Energy Office convene a stakeholders group that was to analyze the Nemissa territory's grid reliability and sustainability, and ultimately come up with recommendations to report back to the legislature. And I apologize if you hear clicking in the background. That's my co-pilot Lucy that's moving around the office. While those stakeholder meetings occurred over the past 2 years, there has been no report back to the stakeholders or the legislature with which to utilize. And I put this bill in last fall, hoping that we would have the recommendations of the group ready to go at this point, but that is obviously not the case. So as such, I would request that the committee carry this bill over to the second session of the 130th legislature with hopes that the Governor's Energy Office will have a report ready for us with feedback available for how to best proceed at that time. To be sure, there is a lot happening in Northern Maine that should come as interest to this committee. And I hope that in carrying this bill over, we will retain a vehicle which we can utilize when we have more time next session and some written ideas to follow up on that will prove helpful in that discussion. So with that, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Happy to answer any questions that you or the committee have at this time.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. I apologize. I get a phone call from my office in the middle of your, and a second one in the middle of the presentation. So any questions for Senator Stewart? Seeing none, thank you. I have to head out to my law office to deal with a couple of matters, so I'm going to ask Representative Berry to take over at this point. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Senator Stewart. And seeing no questions from the committee for Senator Stewart, excuse me. Lost track of my list here. I believe we have James Cody next on the list, but he is not in attendance to testify. So we'll go right to Ryan Gahagan, and welcome, Mr. Gahagan. The floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Barry, and members of the committee. My name is Ryan Gahagan, and I'm the founder and owner of Treadwood Energy Development Services. My projects include the lowering energy projects that focus around biomass, CHP, biofuels, and other forest products, several solar and storage projects throughout Maine and New England, and the Maine Power Link, a proposed 100-mile transmission line for Aroostook County, connecting wind resources and other renewable resources to the grid. I'm speaking in support of LD 682. I understand it's not fully fleshed out. I participated in all of the stakeholder meetings related to the Northern Maine grid. The fundamental issues that were faced were the definition of what reliability means, and really what was that the most important thing is voltage support. And I do encourage there to be some more attention drawn back to that original bill that was put in for that assessment and a report to come out. I understand Senator Stewart's desire to carry this forward, but I want to here just to express my support, both as a resident and ratepayer in Southern Maine and in Northern Maine. This means a lot to me and my family. So thank you for your time. I'll submit written testimony as well.
Great, thank you, Mr. Gahagan. Any questions from the committee? And Mr. Gahagan, can you just tell us again who you're representing or employed by here? Are you here as a private citizen, as an employee of a company?
I own a energy development project development company called Treadwood. It's located here in the state of Maine, and I operate in Southern Maine and Northern Maine. And I have clients in Northern Maine and throughout New England. But I'm also speaking as a citizen of both Cumberland County, and we have a farm in Castle Hill in Aroostook County.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
A lot of hats.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we will move on to testimony I don't believe we have any testimony in opposition. And next up, Jordan, I think we had some testimony scheduled from, was it the Governor's Energy Office?
Yeah, Dan Burgess is not currently on the Zoom, but Melissa Winnie is, and I can move her over if you'd like.
That would be great. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Winnie. Are you prepared to testify on this bill?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair Barry, members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. My name is Melissa Winnie, and I am the Energy Policy Analyst for the Governor's Energy Office. We're testifying today neither for nor against LD 682, and I just wanted to provide an update on the current status of that stakeholder group and study. So as Senator Stewart mentioned, this study was initiated with legislation in 2019, and it directed the Governor's Energy Office to convene a stakeholder group to identify and develop strategies to address the transmission grid reliability and electric rate stability for the Northern Maine service territory. On our website, you can see kind of the key components of that legislation and exactly kind of the recommendations concerning a certain, continued need to assess reliability in Northern Maine. It included assessment of the shutdown of biomass plants in the region's fuel security, and opportunities for transmission, non-transmission alternatives. We did hold a number of meetings. 2 of them were in person and 1 was held virtually because of the pandemic. And we did post those meetings publicly and sought for them to be inclusive and open to any who wanted to participate. During the meetings, in addition to discussions among stakeholder group members related to identified items of consideration, the group received presentations from organizations including our office, the Northern Maine Independent System Administrator, Holton Water Company, New Brunswick Power, Versa Power, ISO New England, and the Aroostook Partnership. Due to the impacts of COVID-19, the stakeholder group was unable to meet in person, as I mentioned, and that last meeting was held virtually. We did not convene additional meetings throughout the second half of 2020. We did send a survey to stakeholder participants in the summer of 2020, seeking to catalog the feedback from individual members of the stakeholder group. So we are currently working on a draft of the required report based on the information received, which will document the content of the meetings held, as well as provide a summary of key findings and comments from the stakeholder group survey. Once completed, we'll work with the stakeholder group to review that draft prior to finalizing the report. And we expect to send out a draft report to the group soon. So just to note, given the complexities of the challenges and the differing views of stakeholder members, the report will likely provide a summary of comments and issues, and that will tee up areas for future discussion and potential study. And we'll provide an update to the committee and the sponsor as soon as progress is made. So with that, thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Winnie. Any questions for the committee, from the committee? Representative Grahowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Winnie, for that overview. I'm just curious, maybe you can remind me what we had fully tasked your office with doing, but after the steps of compiling the stakeholder feedback, are you going to come back to us with a proposed path forward for us to consider, or are we just going to receive a lot of information to try to sort through? What's our trajectory toward solving this problem one way or the other with your help?
Yes, that's a good question, Representative. So I have been less involved in the inner workings of that draft report. From what I've heard from the team, I do think that it'll primarily be an overview of what the stakeholder participants saw as some of the challenges and potentially some of the solutions that came from the stakeholder group. But I don't believe that the report itself will have kind of consensus recommendations. But I can confirm that with Director Burgess and others who have been more closely involved and get back to you on that.
Grahowski, any follow-up? Okay. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Winnie. And that closes the hearing on this LD 682. We'll take it up in a couple weeks at work session. And that will bring us to the next bill on our agenda. Just a moment here. LD 1098. Which is an act to support rural Maine residents through the winter by providing rebates for backup power generators. It is sponsored by Assistant Senate Majority Leader Maddie Daughtry, and the chair is pleased to recognize Senator Daughtry for the purpose of presenting her bill. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Representative Berry and distinguished colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I am Senator Maddie Daughtry, and I represent Brunswick, Hartsfield, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell. And I'm here today to present LD 1098, an act to support rural Maine residents through the winter by providing rebates for backup power generators. This bill came directly out of conversations I was having with constituents this fall. When talking with folks in the district, I heard time and time again their struggles and concerns related to losing power in the winter and what that means for them. Our weather patterns can be, unpredictable here in Maine. I mean, we've all heard the joke, if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes for it to change. And just, think about the nor'easter we had just a few weeks ago. And if we think a year back about the extreme amount of snow that we got at the end of April, which knocked out several areas of our state for a long time. In my own Senate district, Brunswick, Harpswell, and parts of Freeport have often had issues with our grid, and often it takes a long time to restore to these areas. On average, many of my constituents during a power event are out longer than many other areas of our state for restoration, partially just due to the age and infrastructure, but also due to the fact of geography and just how hard it can be to restore to these areas. We're all familiar with that moment of panic when the power goes out, and here in Maine, it happens more often than anywhere else. Maine ranks first nationally with an average of 4 outages per year and second in outage duration of 14 hours annually over a 5-year period from 2015 to 2019. And our weather isn't entirely the problem either. When discounting severe weather, Maine still ranked first in outages and second in duration, even with no major linked weather event. And in fact, this morning, my power went on and off and on and off and on and off and lost internet and still not sure what happened. There are a lot of system issues that we need to address, and I know you're all working on this, when it comes to holding electric companies accountable and updating our electric grid. And this committee already does great work. We're doing wonderful things to, make our grid more reliable and sustainable. We're also doing incredible work of moving folks towards energy efficient solutions, things like heat pumps and other things that can help Mainers save every day on their energy bills. But I'm wondering what happens to those items when the power goes out. We need to seek an immediate, remedy for Mainers who face severe consequences when the power goes out. For them, losing power might mean losing access to heat, internet connection, or the ability to power life-sustaining medical equipment. I have several constituents who are constantly fearful when the power goes out because their life literally relies on medical equipment that they don't actually have access to a power backup for. These negatively impact all of our neighbors more who find it too difficult or unsafe to travel to local warming centers or medical facilities when the power goes out. Backup generators or battery storage can be an excellent answer to this problem for some, but this equipment and its setup can be incredibly expensive and unaffordable. LD 1098 would help these rural residents by building resiliency by giving them access to a rebate of $1,000 towards the purchase of a residential backup power generator for a person who resides in the rural area. Unfortunately, if you look at the language as drafted now, I do think a little bit got lost in translation, and it does need some serious amendments and work. The goal is recognizing that, our grid does go down, and we need to make sure that Mainers have access to some sort of power backup, whether it be a generator, storage, or other solutions. Currently, it has the vague framework of rural, but honestly, that is something that can be sometimes difficult and hard to, define, especially for creating a program. I would rather see this set at a socioeconomic level to make sure those who truly are having trouble affording this can be able to move forward. I also want to make sure that it's not pulling from existing programs and resources at Efficiency Maine, and would love to work with this committee to find a way that it gets to this goal without pulling away from what's already going on and the great work that Efficiency Maine is doing. One idea that I sort of thought about and would be happy to bring back more information is maybe if you hit on a certain socioeconomic level, there's a sales tax incentive, or maybe the rebate is literally just left to different adjusted income levels as well. With that, I do believe that this bill and this idea is something that's important to discuss, and it would provide some hope and relief to our rural residents who may suffer most severely from power outages, as well as our seniors who are definitely often sometimes the most hurt by these power outages. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have as long as my power stays on.
Thank you, Senator, and we will hope that it does for the remainder of your testimony at least. We'll begin with a question from Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Daltrey, for bringing this bill forward to us. A couple of questions, if I could. One is, do you know if there are any federal monies, any programs where federal monies might be available for something like this? And the other is, have you researched and do you have an average cost for what a generator would run for someone who needs basically to provide essential electrical supply to their home? In other words, for heating, water, possibly, and any electrical devices that are safety related, that type of thing. So thank you for your
Thank you,
answers.
Representative. That's an important question. I am looking into whether there are federal funds, especially with what went through in the ARP package, because this is something that, there hopefully could be a federal match, but I've not found that information, but I will definitely continue looking into it. As far as average cost, the problem is, someone can go to Lowe's, Home Depot, their local hardware store, and be able to purchase a generator. But the concern is you can't just immediately turn around and plug it into your house. There's electrical costs as well as the generator costs. So I am happy to bring that back for the work session on the average cost. I was trying to wait to see on sort of the electrical setup and just making sure that was factored into the reality of the cost. But, they can go anywhere from, $1,000 to a couple $1,000 all the way up to one system I was looking at was $12,000 to install. So I was just trying to find the sort of median for the state, and we'll definitely provide that for the work session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry. And I'll actually add to that. I'm particularly interested in what the cost is for a generator that's capable of powering at least a single heat pump, because we are, as you know, very aggressively trying to switch people over to heat pumps, air source heat pumps, and oftentimes heat pump hot water as well. So, I think making sure that things are right sized is important. You can buy a generator for 800 watt, that's 800 watts, but that won't power a 15,000 watt heat pump, not even close. So if you could make sure that's considered, that would be great. And I think very helpful to advance our work here.
Absolutely. If I may add, that was actually one of my biggest concerns in talking to one of my constituents who has been struggling with this. She was having to make a decision between powering her refrigerator during one of our last big power outages, or powering her stove, or powering some of her medical equipment. And she chose the things that would support her life, and ended up actually losing the entire refrigerator full of food. So there's actually, an extra cost to it. And I have that concern about the heat pumps. I mean, in my life outside the legislature, I run a brewery. We have an electric brew house. Our heating and everything is through heat pumps. And so that's an incredible electric sink. And that's something, we've been talking to Revision Energy and other companies about, how do you do that sort of backup to be able to run more than just, a couple of light bulbs. So trying to figure out, what you need for basic life and safety for this cost. You need your access to heat, you need access to your water, and you need access to some sort of food. So trying to sort of drill out that sort of number and make sure that, we're doing all this great work, but it doesn't really work if power goes out. So what are our solutions for there?
Indeed. That's great. Well, thank you for planning to gather some more information for us. That will certainly help us to move forward and consider this. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
And we did have Mr. Michael Stoddard planning to testify, but Jordan, has he popped in yet?
He has not, no.
Okay. And I'm not seeing anyone else from the Efficiency Main Trust, and no one else that was signed up to testify. So that will close the public hearing on LD 1098. And we will proceed now to a public hearing on LD 1219, which is a resolve to facilitate the modernization and streamlining of the utility pole attachment process. It will be presented today by its sponsor, Representative Will Toole. And we welcome Representative Toole to the committee for the first time this year anyway. Good to see you.
Oh, it's good to be here this morning. Good morning, everyone. Just a second, let me get that queued up. There we go. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, distinguished members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Will Toole. I represent the communities of Cutler, East Machias, Eastport, Lubec, Machias, Machiasport, Roque Bluff, Whiting, and Truscott Township in coastal Washington County. And it is because of a near catastrophe that I'm here presenting LD 1219 before you all today. Last fall, the Mills administration decided to use a portion of the remaining CARES Act money to help connect some of Maine's most remote rural families who do not have dependable broadband internet with the rest of the world. Roughly $5 million was parceled out across the state, and remote communities in my district were fortunate enough to receive $1.5 million of that. Fantastic news until you read the fine print. At the time, the CARES Act money had to be used or committed by the end of the year or be sent back. That was before Congress extended the deadline in their December package. Our local ISP, Axiom Technologies, who was working with the state and local communities to get this project off the ground, knew they could not have it completed by the end of the year and asked our Washington County legislative delegation for help at the state and federal level. We did. Congress thankfully extended the deadline, and the Mills administration thankfully gave them extra time to get the project done. As we speak, access is being extended, and families who have never had adequate high-speed internet are now able to get it for the first time. Now that's a warm and fuzzy story with a happy ending, but I'm sure by now you're asking, with 4 or 5 or more public hearings on the docket today, what this all has to do with pole attachment and why I'm here today asking for a working group to look at ways to reform that process. Since you asked, during that month or so of limbo, when things could have gone either way, I had several conversations with Axiom's CEO, Mark Willett, about the underlying reasons why broadband expansion in Maine is so slow. Certainly, a big part of that is funding. Yet we are doing our constituents in Maine as a whole the disservice if we stop there and simply focus on investment dollars. If we had all the money we needed to bring access to every home in Maine, every business in Maine, we would still languish because of the red tape associated with stringing fiber. Mark explained to me that the pole attachment process is slow, costly, and inflexible. Projects that might take a few weeks take months due to the time it takes to secure agreements and go through all of the legal hoops needed to fully leverage Maine's utility poles. And he asked me to submit legislation to rectify this situation. I'll stop here as an aside to say that we had several drafts of that, and the legislation took months to actually prepare until we settled on the approach that we have before us today. We're not always going to be able to count on Congress or the state to give us extensions on critical broadband infrastructure projects. Moreover, when we get money for broadband expansion, the faster and more cost effectively we can deploy that infrastructure, the faster we will have Mainers connected to the technology so many need to be able to do business, attend school, and participate in meetings like this. I confess I know next to nothing about pole attachment, utilities, or the like, but I do know that there are many good people in the industry who do. who ought to be able to come up with a way to streamline this pole attachment process and leverage every local, state, federal, and private dollar to get our state fully connected. We all know how important broadband is to our kids, to our small businesses, to our communities, healthcare providers, and to our state. We know this because we have lived through a pandemic and stressed our aging industry infrastructure to the max. While funding is appropriate, we must also examine the underpinnings of the system and position it for growth for years to come. We must find ways to reduce red tape and get those in the most dire straits connected to the internet. And we must do so sooner rather than later. With that, I am asking that this committee direct the PUC to form a working group with stakeholders, submit a report to the committee, and report out future legislation next year that will move our state forward. When broadband money flows, we all want to be in a good position to take advantage of it. And legislation like this allows us to do so deliberately, thoughtfully, and with the input of both the public and private sector, municipalities, and anyone else who may have a stake in the convoluted and hard to understand pole attachment process. I want to thank you all for bearing with me today, and will do my best to answer any questions. I fully expect there will be those with much greater knowledge on this matter coming behind me, and I encourage you to reach out to them as well. I also know that Mr. Willett and others who have firsthand knowledge of the situation down east will be available for the work session on request, and I urge you to reach out to them and others in the industry who want to see broadband mobilized much more speedily. I will close with this. The headlines in November were that the state was going to invest in broadband. Imagine if Congress had not extended the deadline. Funds had to be returned and families went without the access that they needed. That would be a huge black eye for the entire industry and something that would only hold us back developing the networks and connectivity Maine is going to have to build on in the coming years. And that would have disastrous repercussions for years to come. I want to thank you for your time and consideration of this bill today, and would be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Representative Toole. Any questions from the committee? Representative, when you first ran for office, did you anticipate that you would someday be presenting a bill on pole attachment?
No, I did not. When I first heard about this issue, I was totally in the dark on it. I have to say, I still don't know everything there is to know about it, and in that hoping that we can, at least with a work group, can move things forward.
Outstanding. I didn't either. So here we are. Seeing no questions, thank you very much for joining us, and it's good to see you as always, Representative Toole. And we will now go to members of the public testifying in support. First up for his 3 minutes is Mr. Fletcher Kittredge of GWI. And I'll give him a moment to turn on his video and his audio, and welcome Mr. Kittredge to the committee. Fletcher, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome.
All right.
I'll give you a minute.
Sorry, first time testifying in this manner, and it's good to see many of you again. So,
Fletcher, are you able to turn on your video, or is that not working today?
I thought it looks to me like it's on. Can you not see me?
No, we are not seeing you at present. But
I stopped and started it again. Do I show up now?
No. You don't have tape over your camera or anything like that, do you?
No, I don't take that particular measure.
All right. I think we'll go forward anyway. We'll imagine your smiling face, and
okay.
Please proceed.
Is there, so it looks like it's on to me. Is there any way maybe the moderator?
I don't think so, Jordan.
Okay.
We haven't had this problem before, but
All right.
it might just be an software integration issue or something above my pay scale, I'm sure.
Okay. All right. So my name is Fletcher Kittredge, and I am CEO of GWY, which is a Maine-based fiber broadband provider, and it is a founding member of the Maine Broadband Coalition. And I am a citizen of Biddeford, Maine. And I really appreciate you giving me an opportunity to testify in favor with a slight modification of this important bill. Though the breakup of AT&T and the Telecommunications Act of '96 deregulated much of the telecommunications industry, the existing incumbent telephone companies at the time were given the right to administer the ability to attach to communication space of utility poles in the public rights of way. This has meant that one competitor has had the ability to control a fundamental aspect of providing communications needed by other entities to provide service in competition with the pole-owning provider. As could be predicted, this has led to decades of disagreements over pole attachments, including lawsuits, regulatory action, and legislative attempts to umpire disputes. These various proceedings have documented strong evidence that the current situation results in much longer times and higher costs for building new broadband networks, particularly the sort of fiber networks we build. It has certainly resulted in significant legal and lobbying costs for all the parties and a significant burden on regulators and legislators. I think you all have repeatedly, for the last number of sessions, had something about pole attachments in front of you. In the last 14 months have driven home the need to encourage broadband deployment to address the social, educational, medical, and economic well-being of Maine citizens. Shortening deployment times and lowering costs can only benefit the state and its citizens. This draft law is being proposed because there is weariness on all sides over the decades-long battle and an emerging consensus among many parties, if not all, and it might be all, that the ultimate solution is to separate out ownership and administration of the poles from the use of poles. Those who attach their facilities in the communication space of the poles should be neither the owners nor the administrators. A neutral, independent entity owning and administering the poles would result in a much faster times to attach to the poles and lower costs. The bill is drafted, generally does a good job of this. The Maine PUC is well qualified to develop recommendations and including all stakeholders in the process, make it likely the recommendations will result in an outcome that ends rather continues the disputes. There is, however, one significant problem with the bill as drafted. For this to work, the third-party administrator should be independent and neutral. This means the third-party administrator should not itself or be an affiliate of a pole attacher in the administrator communication space with inevitable conflict of interest. So the administrator shouldn't be one of the players. The draft language removes the ability of some attachers to also be the administrator, but the potential for interested, conflicted parties to be administrators remains. This is a bad idea. It undermines the very reforms the bill was designed to achieve. Instead, Section 1 should specify that the third-party administrators do not attach and are not affiliates, as the term is defined in 47 U.S.C. Section 1953 2 of any entity that attaches in the communications space of the joint utility poles in the state. For the committee's convenience, this is the definition of affiliate in the U.S. States Code. The term affiliate means a person that directly or indirectly owns, controls, is owned or controlled by, or is under common ownership or control with another person. For purposes of this paragraph, the term own means to own an equity interest or the equivalent thereof of more than 10%.
And Fletcher, I apologize, but I'm gonna have to ask you to wrap it up. We are at 3 minutes.
Okay, all right. Referencing this definition will provide an objective standard, which everyone in the industry is familiar with. Thank you very much for this effort, and thanks the committee for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Kittredge. Questions from the committee? So, Mr. Kittredge, you're recommending that we amend the resolve. This is just a directive to the commission to get a stakeholder group going, but you feel it's important to really specify what we're looking for around that more objective,
Right.
unconflicted third-party administrator.
Yes, so as it reads now, the resolve is very explicit on who can be an administrator. And what we're asking is part of one clause be amended to make sure that it really is independent and neutral by referencing the US code, the definition of affiliate.
Thank you, that's helpful. All right, seeing no further questions for Mr. Kittredge, thanks again for joining us, and
sorry about the video.
No problem. We'll get you next time. And we'll go on to Ms. Peggy Schaefer, the director of the Connect Me Authority. Welcome.
Good morning. I have to check, make sure I'm not on mute still. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the Utilities Committee. I am Peggy Schaefer. I'm the director of the Connect Maine Authority, and I am here to testify in support of this bill, 2012-19. This it essentially, as Fletcher has pointed out, creates a framework for the PUC to begin to look at what we think is a potential solution of allowing a potential third-party administrator for the polls, for the possibility of purchasing polls from the current owners. There's a lot of complications in it. I mean, as you all said, who would ever know we'd spend this much time on polls? But it's one of the major cost driving attachment. It's also one of the things that drives time, right? And we are seeking a way. The PUC's been working on this for about 5 years, and we are trying to, as Fletcher said, most of us are sort of weary of this constant battle, and we're trying to figure out if there's a way forward. And so we think that this resolve, which directs the PUC to bring people together to come to look at this idea of a third-party administrator, neutral third-party administrator, is really the way to go. If they need additional legislation, the resolve gives them authority to come back to you with that, or if they don't need it, they can do it through their traditional rulemaking. This, I think, is a great way for all the parties to come to the table and really come up with a solution for this significant problem. As you know, we have potentially significant amounts of federal funds coming, most of which have timelines on use. So getting our poll attachment process to be simpler and easier and faster is going to be critical in terms of being able to use these federal funds effectively. Not just that, but making sure people can actually get connected to this resource. So we encourage you to pass this legislation. Like I said, it's a resolve, but the PUC is like really the perfect place for this to happen. And we are confident that this process is going to come up with a solution, which actually will be one of the first in the nations to address this kind of thought process of a third-party administrator. And we can learn from states that have attempted this and not done it well, and do it right in Maine and really sort of be on the cutting edge of changes in our poll attachment process.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. We appreciate your joining us, and we'll proceed to Mr. Tim Schneider, who is here, I believe, representing Tilson Technology. Welcome, Tim.
Good morning, Chairman Berry. I think my video is working.
It is, yeah.
Great. Chairman Berry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee, my name is Tim Schneider, and I'm General Counsel of Tilson Technology Management. I'm really pleased to be here today. I think it was a long-time listener, first-time caller this session, so glad to see you all. Many of you, some of you are familiar, but most of you are not, so really grateful to be here. I'm testifying today on behalf of Tilson in support of LD 1219. this bill provides, I think, really helpful guidance to the PUC as it continues its work of modernizing pole attachment in Maine. And I think we'll need these reforms in place to be able to take advantage of the unprecedented state, federal, and private investment in broadband, make sure that's deployed quickly and cost effectively. I want to particularly thank Representative Toole, who, although he's not a pole attachment expert, seems to take an interest in these issues. Personally, I got really interested in the impact of broadband on rural communities while living and working in Washington County, kind of between Representative Toole and Representative Grochowski's districts. And I really think that the future of rural communities depends on the deployment of broadband infrastructure. And we've seen that in spades over the past year and a half. So I think you should have received my written testimony. I'm just going to hit on the highlights and hopefully in the time I have. First, I don't think Tilson's appeared before this committee this year. So if you're not familiar with Tilson, we're headquartered in Portland, Maine. We have about 550 employees and offices in 17 states. We say we're on a mission to build America's information infrastructure. And in doing that, we design, build, and maintain and commercialize telecommunications infrastructure all over the country. So we're building fiber, we're putting fiber on poles right now in Utah, Wisconsin, Vermont, New Hampshire, Connecticut, literally all over the country. And in Maine, we were helped build the 3-ring binder, which many of you are familiar with. So in that work, we've seen the best and the worst of pole attachment process and how that can impact fiber deployment. So just to be like, it seems obscure, but if you care about broadband, you care about pole attachment regulation. As Peggy said, effective pole attachment process can make it possible to deploy fiber quickly and cost effectively. And if you don't have effective pole attachment processes, it can take forever and cost you a ton more money than it needs to. What we see when we look around the country is that in most places, the attachment process is slow, it's unpredictable. Wait times can range from 4 months to effectively never. In some places we're deploying, it's a year or 2 years, where it's cheaper for the companies we work for to deploy underground rather than wait to get on a pole. And you can imagine the cost difference between like hooking something to a pole and then tunneling underground, particularly in urban areas. Even though it's regulated, the process often feels unfair to the participants, primarily because if you're a third-party attacher, that means you're coming into an area and you want to bring broadband to a place where there are already incumbent providers. And that means often the phone company, the person who you have to work with to get on the pole, is your direct competitor. You have to ask them to do a survey for you. They often manage the process, and that's true in Maine. And that makes it feel, even though there's a regulatory structure around it, it feels unfair. And that's one of the things this bill is trying to solve, is to make it so you don't have to go to your competitor to get on the poles and deploy broadband, but you can go to an independent third-party entity and get that approval. I should say that since 2017, as Peggy mentioned, the PUC has been methodically reforming Maine's antiquated pole attachment regulations, sort of working through the process, rates, conditions. Most recently, with the adoption of One Touch Make Ready, we're really on the cutting edge of what reform looks like in this country. I know I got a minute left, Representative Berry. I'm almost done. And this is like, you should talk to them. They're the experts. They've done a really good job on this, and they're to be commended. The thing that they have to do next to implement pole attachment or One Touch Make Ready is to get a good, solid pole database and an independent third party to run it. Right now, that process either falls to the incumbent phone company, which has the problem I just described, or the electric utility. And neither of them is really ideal for that process. And so this bill kind of gives a legislative direction to the PUC to start that process of figuring out what third-party administration might look like. I think it's a really great start, and I really trust them to apply their expertise to this task. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and great to see you, Mr. Schneider. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for what you did for Maine when you were Maine's public advocate just a few years back. It was great working with you, and I always learned a lot. What couple states where Tilson are deploying fiber? Who has it right, and what exactly are they doing?
Vermont has a really effective process. They're quick, and I think it's there. One of the things that's unique is first, Consolidated divested its poles there. And so they're out of the process, they've sold them to the incumbent electric utilities, and the electric utilities really uniquely in this space seem to be invested in the pole attachment deployment or the broadband deployment process. Actually, in Vermont, the electric utilities just got approval to provide reduced rates for pole attachment for deployment in underserved areas. They like proposed that as a way to help facilitate broadband deployment in places that don't have it right now. And I think there's like sort of everybody's on the same page and, to get it done. I think that's of the places where we work, that's the place that moves fastest.
Just as a follow-up question to that, is there something unique about Vermont's utilities that you think might have made that work so well?
I'm trying to think of the different utilities involved, and there's a mix of public and private ownership for the folks who are involved. So I don't think that's it on its own. I mostly just think it's like these utilities seem to be very invested in the viability of their communities, and they know the broadband is part of it. Like if your job is to provide electric power to those places, you need them to continue to exist and thrive. And so broadband is part of that.
So you're working specifically with Green Mountain Power, which is very unique because it's a B corporation, and also with maybe Burlington, the consumer-owned utility.
So I don't know if Consolidated will be testifying. They're also there, and they would be able to speak to this because they're an attacher there now rather than a pole owner. I think Velco has offered this tariff, but I'm happy to represent Barry. I'm happy to get back, send that information to the committee. I have it, a couple questions away. Our team has been working on it.
Nice, that would be great. Thank you for the work session. Any other questions for Mr. Schneider?
Just one sort of main utility law nerd point on Mr. Kittredge's amendment. The main statutes already have a utility reference or affiliate reference that you could probably incorporate. I thought that suggestion was really sound. And you could probably fold that into this process. It's in 35A 707. There's an existing definition, so you wouldn't need to represent the federal code or reference the federal code.
Thank you. We appreciate that suggestion. Excellent. Good to see you. And we'll go on next to hear from Nick Batista of the Island Institute. Welcome, Nick.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the Energy Utilities Committee, Nick Batista, testifying in support of LD 1219 on behalf of the Island Institute. Always happy to follow Tim. He does a good job explaining all of these things. And just really wanted to say that the Island Institute supports having a conversation about the pole attachment process when we are working with communities. This is part of the process, part of supporting broadband projects that tends to trip people up, whether it's the complexity of it or the timeframes involved or the uncertainty in the expenses. And so anything that leads to better results for community projects is something we're supportive in here. And the PUC is the right venue to be having these conversations. They've been digging in deep to these issues, and I think it's a good way to give them direction to delve further into the third-party attachments. So with that, we support this.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Batista? Seeing none, thank you for joining us and for also chairing the board of Connect Maine.
Thank you.
And we will go on now to Mr. Garrett Corbin of the Public Utilities Commission.
Hey, good morning there, Representative Barry and members of the committee. Nice to see you all. Garrett Corbin, Legislative Liaison at the Maine Public Utilities Commission, testifying neither for nor against LD 1219. The concept proposed in this legislation has some similarities with another bill being considered by your committee, LD 933. The resolve to facilitate expansion of broadband into unserved areas of the state. That legislation, as proposed to be amended, is a resolve to direct the commission to study ways to accelerate broadband expansion by limiting the cost of attachments and the cost of make-ready work. The commission would like to emphasize for your committee that we've been engaging stakeholders to address significant impediments to the expansion of broadband in Maine, We've been methodically amending our rules in recent years and are still actively engaged in these efforts, from addressing the cost of attachments to one-touch make-ready. The Commission and stakeholders have made significant progress aimed at fostering expedited broadband expansion in Maine. Before commenting on this bill, LD 1219, we'd like to just elaborate on some of those accomplishments over the last few years here at the Commission and on the federal level to address the issues that have been complicating the expansion of broadband service in Maine. In January of 2018, the Commission amended Chapter 880 of our rules, updating the terms and conditions for pole attachments and addressing issues regarding the attachment to poles by towns and cities for municipal purposes. And then the next year in 2019, the Commission again amended Chapter 880 to adopt the FCC's cable rate formula to be applied in the event pole owners and attachers disagree on attachment rates. To date, the Commission has not received a complaint regarding the cost of attachments charged by pole owners. In the same rulemaking that year, the Commission also amended the portion of the rule containing the so-called municipal exemption in order to comport with an act enacted by the previous legislature. On the federal level, in the summer of 2018, the FCC issued One Touch Make Ready Order, OTMR. And in that order, the FCC implemented a program where if the attachment of a facility to a utility pole is fairly straightforward, the attacher can itself perform all of the necessary make-ready work. For instance, the rearrangement of other facilities on the pole. And that would allow for a pole to only be touched, so to speak, once, as opposed to having each individual attacher move its own facilities one at a time. November 18th of last year, the Commission proposed amending Chapter 880 again to implement that federal one-touch make-ready policy in Maine and to craft standards regarding unused and abandoned utility poles in public rights-of-way. Completed that rulemaking 2 weeks ago on April 8th of 2021. Those most recent amendments closely mirror the FCC's requirements and address issues identified by stakeholders, including how applications for attaching are processed, shortening the time to take into complete pre-attachment surveys and adopt One Touch Make Ready in Maine. And in addition, the rule includes provisions to ensure expeditious removal of replaced and abandoned poles and to require all existing attachments to be clearly tagged to allow identification. The Commission adopted these rules to simplify the attachment process, give certainty to attachers, shorten time required to make attachments, and reduce the cost of attaching. Those three recent rulemakings make significant progress, but there's still more work to be done. So just finally, in the next month, the Commission is opening an inquiry or plans to begin the identification of appropriate statewide database and plan for its implementation. That idea is the support of most of the stakeholders in this process, including pole owners and attachers. We're hoping that an accurate database of existing poles and their condition, attachments currently on the poles will further reduce the amount of time, effort, and expense and survey make-ready work. Got some additional detail on that in our written testimony.
And we
so
are
that next, yep.
at 3 minutes.
Thanks. So just in the coming weeks, we'll start that round. We'll include stakeholders, and our written testimony just encourages respectfully suggests to the committee that you consider combining the resolve in 1219 with the resolve in 933.
Thank you, Mr. Corbin. Any questions from committee members? And I know you were trying to get through a lot there, so I do have a question, but first we'll go to Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Corbin, I missed, was this in support or neither for nor against?
Sure, neither for nor against, as is traditional for the Commission.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Corbin, could you just say a little bit more about what was done in that most recent decision by the PUC and how you see us combining two different vehicles?
Yeah, so yeah, the rule that was adopted a few weeks ago just would adopt the FCC's requirements for One Touch Make Ready. And then there's also just more in the rule, and I could pull that up, but it's probably a little too weedy to weed through right now. But just to try to simplify the attachment process and give more certainty by reducing the time and the cost by we've got some standards for expedited poll removal, and I'll try to get those details for the committee for the work session. And then I think just on the topic of, you know, combining what we're looking into with this proposal, the inquiry we're planning to announce in the coming weeks looks at, again, a statewide database. The commission expected to receive input on this third-party proposal through that inquiry, but if the you know, that's something that is, you know, like with 933, you know, if there are specific policies or ideas, directives that the legislature would like to put on the commission's plate for consideration in that inquiry or in another process as the legislature sees fit, we welcome that.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. And seeing no further questions, we'll go on to I believe the final piece of testimony on this bill for today. Thank you, Mr. Corbin. And that will be from Mr. Neil Goldberg of the Maine Municipal Association. Welcome.
Thanks. Good morning, Representative Barry and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony neither for nor against LD 1219 on behalf of MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. The association supports advancing this discussion in order to address any problems or solutions to streamline the utility pole issue. As you've heard, it's both expensive and takes a fair amount of time. It's a cumbersome process to identify, assess, service, and then maintain these poles. And municipalities would love to see anything done that could speed that up and would support PUC rulemaking. With that in mind, municipal officials do believe that they should be represented in this stakeholder group. They believe that for two reasons. First, these utility poles more often than not sit in the public right of way, and any work or servicing that's going to be done on municipal property should include their voice. And second, some municipalities operate their own utility poles or have joint agreements to use utility poles for things like street lighting. And again, any discussion that's going to involve their interests in their property, they should be involved in. With that said, thanks for your time today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, that will conclude our public hearing on LD 1219. And we have four more bills scheduled for today. So my intention is to take up one more public hearing. That'll be LD 1288, and we'll take a 15-minute coffee break and come back for the remaining three bills. We are still proceeding in numerical order. And our next bill is from Representative Marianne Kinney. It is LD 1288, an act regarding interconnectivity of small electric distributed generation resources. I want to welcome Representative Kinney to the committee and turn it over to you. Good to see you.
Thank you, Representative Barry. Representative Barry and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I am Marianne Kinney, and I represent House District 99, which includes the towns of Brooks, Burnham, Freedom, Jackson, Knox, Monroe, Thorndike, Troy, and Unity. I'm here to present LD 1288, an act regarding interconnectivity of small electric distributed generation resources. I brought this bill forward for a constituent who's working on a commercial project in the Bangor area, but who ran into a snag. Currently, the studying of solar projects is, in order for them to move forward from the planning phase to completion, takes about 45 days. And as they were ready to plan to move forward, they discovered they were 12th on the list with the PUC. Each study taking that time period of 45 days was going to put them well over a year out before they could actually begin their project. LD 1288 seeks to give preference to in-state companies. In fairness to all who have applied in appropriate manner, I thought that maybe an every other preference could make for an acceptable option in this bill. Ultimately, this will be the committee's up to the committee to figure the details out, and I'm aware of interstate commerce clauses and what could happen if a Maine company were always given preference over out-of-state entities. Maine companies trying to work on similar projects and in other states could be denied ever receiving a permit again in those states. And that's why when I worked with the revisor's office, they had originally suggested I come up with a concept draft for this bill. I've never liked a concept draft. They usually come to committee to die. So I was like, I wanted something put forward. And I'm not sure that the bill is perfect because the suggestions that I had made to the revisor's office of an every other option for preference was not put into the bill. But behind me, Jason Studheit is here today to give a much better explanation of the intent of this bill. And I encourage you to ask questions of him rather than of me, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have to the best of my ability at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Kinney. It's good to see you. Are there any questions from anyone on the committee? Okay, we appreciate your presentation of the bill. Letting you off the hook. And we'll schedule a work session soon, so I hope to see you again there. And we'll go next to testimony in support of the legislation. And I believe we have on the phone line Mr. Jason Studheit. Can you hear me, Mr. Studheit? We see your number. Mr. Studheit, are you prepared to offer testimony?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Okay. Very good. Please proceed.
Sorry
You've got
about that.
minutes and we may ask you questions.
Well, wonderful. I appreciate your time today. Kind of trying to work and accomplish this at the same time.
Got it. And just state your name one more time, and where you're from, and go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, Chairman Barry. My name is Jason Studheit. I live in Brooks. Representative Kennedy was very nice to help me out with this. You guys have my written testimony, so I'm going to speak a little off the cuff along with that. I am a general contractor. Our main office is located in Herman. As I said, I also live in Brooks. And we do all kinds of projects from hospital work, medical offices, new construction remodels, and custom residential work. We focus on our customers' needs and desires to build quality, efficient facilities that that they can rely on down the road. And in that, they've come and said, hey, we really want to look at solar. There's some great incentives for it, tax-wise, between tax credits, equipment write-offs, and so forth. And they want to take advantage of that. We took advantage of that also as a company. Our house, our farm, and our business is all on a solar grid, and it's a great system. CMP and Burson are working through this, and they're doing a great job with what they have. So I don't want to, say anything bad about anybody at this point in time. We're just trying to help our customers be able to tie into the grid so that they can receive the benefits that are available to them. And we ran into problems in certain areas where they can't do that. For instance, certain areas that have open areas that solar farms can build large arrays, 5 megawatts and larger. Companies from out of state have come in, and bought those up or leasing them. And those substations have filled up with the queue. You guys are all very much aware of the queue or the list that you get on for a substation to interconnect. And each application, as you know, needs to be studied, and that's very important. So I don't want to, again, say that, hey, they need to speed this up because they need to study each array and how it's going to affect the grid and that substation so that there's no voltage spikes and problems. But the problem is existing businesses in this state, veterinary office, a hospital, a school, any type of business, they've been paying their rates and they pay their taxes and they say, hey, we want to connect to the grid. And we're saying, hey, that substation's, there's a dozen people already in line, it might be a year or two before you can interconnect. Now, of course, we've got to do a lot of work. They've got to, spend money to start receiving those tax benefits, some of those tax benefits, but they can't get that money back as far as their utility costs. So that might be $70,000, $80,000, $100,000 a year they're paying on electric bills that they're going to have to keep paying for multiple years before they can even, put their array up because of the way the queue is currently done. And all we're wanting to do is,
we have arrived at the 3-minute mark, and I'm going to give you a sentence to just summarize, and then we may have questions for you.
all right, I just want to streamline it so Maine businesses can get in there and get tied to the grid as quick as possible. That's what we're trying to do.
Great, thank you. That's an excellent summary. And any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we understand the concern, and we appreciate your joining us. Hope the rest of your workday is productive.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate all your time. You guys have a great day.
All right, take care. We'll go on next to testimony in opposition to the bill. This will be from the IECG, Industrial Energy Consumer Group, represented by Mr. Stephen Hudson. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Barry, members of the committee, my name is Stephen Hudson. I'm a partner in the Preddy Flaherty Law Firm. I represent the Industrial Energy Consumer Group. The committee is very familiar with the IECG, but for those listening, we are a trade association of Maine's largest energy consumers. We advocate for cost-effective solutions to climate concerns, and we urge the wise expenditure of taxpayer funds. We understand very much the good intentions this bill represents. We reluctantly oppose it in some ways, but we think that there is already an effort underway to try to achieve the goals that the sponsor intends here, and that's there are one or more proceedings at the PUC. We think that's probably the more appropriate place. There are issues with this bill in terms of dealing with the promoting small projects that are small enough that it's only benefiting one or two customers, perhaps, as opposed to jumping them ahead of projects that might actually provide grid benefits, for example. So there's that issue with this bill and its solution. There are other issues related to, the first in time, first in right principle that ISO New England uses with regard to interconnection and that fairness for all in that sense. And then finally, there are even potentially, I think as the sponsor noted, there are federal preemption issues. FERC has an open access mandate, and that needs to be accounted for. The issues are more complicated than I think can be addressed in what this bill proposes, and we urge the committee to let the PUC do its job in this area. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
And thank you, Mr. Hudson. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your joining us. And up next is Garrett Corbin from the Public Utilities Commission.
Good morning again, Representative Barry and members of the committee. Garrett Corbin testifying neither for nor against LD 1288 on behalf of the Maine PUC. The commission first notes that just a couple technical points on this one. The language in this bill regarding giving a preference to, quote, in a list of requests for the interconnection, end quote, of new projects is unclear. We'd suggest that the committee consider adding language to clarify the meaning of the provision of preference. So, for example, one method of providing preference might be allocating existing system capacity to in-state distributed generation resources without regard to the system capacity needs of other resources in the queue. And then another point, just noting that giving preference to in-state residents or businesses potentially raises interstate commerce clause constitutional issues, as has been noted by previous testimony, though we have not researched that issue thoroughly. So the commission welcomes any questions and will be present for the work session.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Corbin. Representative Grahowski.
Thank you. Mr. Corbin, I'm curious, are there any official, like, formal filed complaints about these issues that are coming in to the PUC? And then how do you deal with those? Like, I'm wondering if you have a sense of the scale of what's happening on the ground, not just in CMP territory, but Versant territory as well. And if you need to ask and report back, I totally understand.
Sure.
That.
Yeah. I mean, I'll report back with detail. Thanks, Representative Grahowski. But we are, looking into that as well as I believe the committee is as well. And part of the net energy billing subcommittee had received some information from the utilities on that last week too. So I think that is a matter actively under consideration, whether it's the subcommittee or here at the commission. I'll get some detail for you for the work session.
Great. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Corbin, for being here today. We've heard some testimony already on this bill, and we've had a lot of discussion in this committee, testimony from outside folks and discussion on bills. Do you know of any place that, for instance, the industry, the people that are looking to install generating capacity, where that they could go and look at what the initial detailed plan was for where they might locate, what was available for grid connection capabilities, what was needed for generating capacity on a ongoing basis, how that might be spread out, or any type of a detailed plan on how we would address all this, going back to when we first started passing legislation to promote it. It seems that now a lot of what we're doing is trying to catch up, and I'm just wondering if you can bring to light for me any detailed plan I could access, or those who have testified of their concerns and with, for instance, the issues brought up in this bill might go. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Foster. I wish I could say that there's an app for that, but I don't think we're there yet. So I think that is part of the reason. As I just noted, we've got a subcommittee, and or you've got a subcommittee, and the commission also has an inquiry looking into the status. We're trying to get more data on that so we can have a clear picture of the whole picture, and then potentially provide detail like you're mentioning. But I'm not sure. I think frankly there is not a one-stop shop, so to speak, at the moment for that today, aside from the utilities themselves. So depending on what territory you're in, the developers would know the process traditionally wouldn't be here at the PUC. I think it would be if you're looking to develop in that utilities territory, contact them first. But let me again get some more information, more detail for the work session on that, beyond that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corbin. As a follow-up to that, I do understand that data transparency is very much a topic right now. Do you anticipate that those seeking to interconnect resources will have that kind of granular data that Representative Foster is asking for within the next 6 months, 6 years? Can you give us just a ballpark of what it's going to take for the utilities to actually make that information available?
I'm sure at the work session we could give you a ballpark. I'm not sure I'm prepared right now to speak for the utilities, or I think that issue was noted by the OPA's deputy last week with the non-wires alternative issue, and so that's another matter that some things are protected by law, some things are not, and I'll get you more detail on that too.
That's great. Thank you. All right. Seeing no other questions for Mr. Corbin, we will go on to Melissa Winnie from the Governor's Energy Office. Welcome back.
Great, thank you, Chair Barry and members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. My name is Melissa Winnie, and I'm the Energy Policy Analyst for the Governor's Energy Office. And we are testifying today neither for nor against. And I lost the LD number. LD 1288. I'll keep this pretty brief. I think as we've mentioned in prior legislation or testimony for prior legislation related to interconnection, there are a number of proceedings happening at the PUC in addition to kind of an ongoing interconnection stakeholder group that's housed in the PUC. We understand that interconnection is a key component of renewable energy development, and we are monitoring and participating in these proceedings. And that also includes an upcoming rulemaking to modify the level 2 interconnection process. And so, I think it's valid to ensure that these PUC proceedings are considering some of these smaller distributed generation projects. And so, as we've stated previously, we'd be interested in hearing if that is a component of the PUC proceedings, just to ensure that these smaller project considerations are included in those conversations. And I do also think the NEB subcommittee is, as Garrett mentioned, is touching on some of these considerations as well. So again, just want to make sure that we're not duplicating any efforts or getting ahead of ourselves when there are ongoing processes considering some of these issues. So with that, I welcome any questions.
Great. Any questions from the committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Winnie, for your testimony here today and being with us. I'm wondering, in regards to the question I asked of the PUC, do you know of any detailed plan where that we, in looking ahead at what we expected to do in the state of Maine, if the Governor's Energy Office has any knowledge of any detailed plan that would have foresaw what we're now facing here with this bill and other bills, and something that contractors, residents, those looking to take advantage of what's offered out there could have accessed, and as well as the utilities as they considered what potentially, according to Dr. Silkwood, could be 40 to 45,000 acres of solar power in the state of Maine by 2050. I'm just wondering if any consideration has been given to that a detailed plan, or if there was something that was available. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Representative Foster. So in the governor's letter in February of this year to the Public Utilities Commission, there was a request to investigate kind of the interconnection problems that were brought to light, but also to initiate a broader review to ensure that the utilities have the systems and planning in place to accommodate the growth of renewables and distributed energy resources in the state. So my understanding is through the PUC proceedings, there is a component of that that's looking at utilities kind of data and internal systems to understand kind of what they're currently capable of in providing that level of data and detail. So I think we'll learn more about what the utilities can currently provide. And then in looking forward, the Energy Working Group's recommendation for a power sector transformation process did include, remembering off the top of my head, but a data availability component of that, both for residents to better understand energy usage and data. That was one component, and then also data related to kind of what developers need to better understand where is the best location for development. So I don't have anything currently to provide in terms of where you could find that information, but it's something that we are both through the PUC proceedings and then also looking at through the working group recommendations. And I think this is something that a lot of states are grappling with as well, but I'm not sure if that completely answers your question, but hopefully provides some perspective on what we're thinking about that and where we're looking to get more information.
Yes, thank you.
Great. And seeing no further questions, thank you, Ms. Winnie. That, I believe, concludes our testimony on this bill. I just want to check with Jordan. Mr. Clerk?
That is correct. We are done with 1288.
Okay. So it is 10:40 almost, and I think the committee has earned at least a 15-minute break. So why don't we take 15 minutes? We'll come back at 10:55, and I expect a fairly long hearing on at least one of the next three bills that we have remaining today. It looks like a lot of folks signed up to testify on the next one, which will be presented by Senator Vitelli. So I'll see you back here in 15 minutes. And if you could turn off your audio and video, that would be great. Okay, welcome back. And if you could start up your video again, that would be great. One, two, three, four, five, six. Almost there. Okay. And we have what we need to get started again. So we will hear 3 bills for the remaining portion of this morning and early afternoon. And I think we're going to go right straight through. So buckle up. We'll start with LD 1350, an act to expand Maine's clean energy economy. The sponsor of that bill is Senate Majority Leader and our very own committee member, Senator Eloise Vitelli. So the chair is pleased to recognize Senator Vitelli to present this bill.
Thank you very much, Representative Barry and my esteemed colleagues on the Energy, Utility and Technology Committee. I am Eloise Vitelli. I represent Senate District 23, which is all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County. And I'm here today to introduce LD 1350, an act to expand Maine's clean energy economy. This bill builds on the important progress that we've made in the last couple of years in growing Maine's renewable energy sources. My bill, LD 1494 from the 129th legislature, set in statute the requirement that 80% of Maine's electricity come from renewable resources by 2030, with a goal of 100% by 2050. As highlighted by the Renewable Energy Goals Market Assessment, we will need additional clean energy sources to meet these goals and maintain a balanced portfolio. To that end, LD 1350 authorizes the Public Utilities Commission to conduct 2 additional rounds of competitive clean energy procurement focused solely on new projects beginning operations after June of this year. In total, these new projects must provide enough clean electricity amounting to 15% of Maine's total electricity sales in 2019. Importantly, this bill also installs some due diligence measures so that we can be sure clean energy projects have the best chance of success and of benefiting Maine people. As we continue building our clean energy infrastructure, we have the opportunity to bring sustainable jobs to every corner of the state. LD 1350 directs the PUC to consider the local economic landscape of proposed sites in considering bids so that these new projects can optimize their economic impact. When I introduced LD 1494 in the 129th legislature, Governor Mills had just formed the Climate Council. Now, 2 years later, we have the fruits of that council's labor in the form of the Maine Won't Wait report. We have more information than ever before about the threats posed by climate change and the actions we must take to reduce or mitigate those threats. Diversifying and expanding our renewable energy sources is critical to protecting our economy, our environment, and public health from the devastating effects of climate change. I thank you for your consideration of this legislation and would be happy to try to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Senator. And are there any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, I know you have another, there is one, and we'll try to keep it too long. I know you have another committee to get to. Representative Wadsworth.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, I was just wondering, just real quick, do you know what 15% of what our current or 2019 use was in megawatts? Or could you provide that for the work session?
Goodness, Representative, that's a great question. It did occur to me to try to come up with that number, but I don't have it. Somebody who comes behind me may be able to answer that question, but we'll certainly get it for the work session.
Great.
Thanks for asking. Yeah.
Great. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, and thank you, Senator Vitelli.
Thank you very much.
And we will now go to testimony from the public in support of LD 1350, beginning with Amy Kurt of EDP Renewables. Just a reminder to everyone who's planning to testify, we do use that 3-minute clock. So if you hear a little bell dinging, that means your 3 minutes is up, and I'll ask you to summarize. So welcome. With that, welcome, Ms. Kurt.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairman Barry, members of the committee. Really appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony, and I'll kick it off with the question from the representative. Our calculations show, and hopefully this won't eat into my 3 minutes because this is really a Q&A, but our calculations show about 10 to 15% of retail sales. If that were to be met by wind alone, it would be about 350 to 550 megawatts. Because the capacity factor for solar is lower, so you get less energy out of solar. If it were to be met solely through solar, it would be about 600 to 900 megawatts of solar. And that actually takes me then a nice segue into my testimony, which is we really support more procurements for more renewable energy in Maine. We bid into the tranches that were procured from LD 1494, but we don't think that this bill will actually help us build our project in Maine. So EDP Renewables, we're trying to build a wind farm in Senator Stewart's district in Aroostook County. But unfortunately, there is not enough transmission access to get that wind energy to market. So in order for us to build our project, which is accessing some of the best wind energy resources in not just the state, but in the region, we have to assume the cost of a 160-mile transmission line on top of the cost of our wind resources. So when you add the cost of transmission plus wind, we can't compete with the other projects that are being produced, solar projects from around the state. So we really need this bill to go a little bit further to help build out Maine's transmission infrastructure to access some of these best renewable energy resources and get us closer to meeting Maine's climate and clean energy goals. We paid close attention to the governor's energy report from earlier this year and noted that to meet the 2030 goals, they think that the state will need 800 to 900 more megawatts of clean energy. And in each one of those 6 scenarios, it called for onshore wind development. And the only way that Maine can get to that onshore wind development is by incenting and supporting the build out of the transmission grid. With that, I'll just say that we hope that Maine takes the view that wind energy can be the next lobster industry. It can be the next blueberry industry. It can be the next sustainably harvest timber industry. But to do that and to get there, Maine needs to support the highway to get those products to market. And that's the transmission infrastructure grid. With that, I think I'm at my 3 minutes, so I'll pause there. Thank you.
Well timed. Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kurt, for being here. A couple of questions, one two-part question, I guess. The group that you represent, when you mentioned capacity factor for solar and wind, I'm wondering if you could tell us what the number is that you use as you look at projects for that capacity factor. Thank you.
So for, and this was just, this is for solar. We're not developing solar in Maine, so we just use the common capacity factor of, I think it was around 23%. And then for wind, we do have data from our wind farm where we've been testing the wind speeds, and we know that the wind speeds are quite good in northern Maine. And we assumed a capacity factor of around 38% for wind.
Thank you.
Great. Representative Grahowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kurt, for presenting today. And I'm sorry to pick on you as the first person testifying who has not, just the first person in general, but we really appreciate if you could submit written testimony. And I'm only going to make this statement once to everybody in the queue. So if you're in the queue and you haven't submitted written testimony, please do, because it's really important for those of us who are visual learners to have that to look back on and to be part of the long-term record. So thank you for doing that at your convenience. and for the really helpful information. Maybe you can even include those numbers for us so we can look back on those as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll add that to the testimony.
Great. And as a side benefit, you're not limited to 3 minutes in your written testimony.
Noted.
Great.
I've got a great lobster roll reference in my written testimony, so I would definitely encourage you all to take a look at it.
Okay, we'll look for that. Very good. Thank you for joining us. And seeing no further questions, we'll go on to David Costello from the Natural Resources Council of Maine.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Barry. And I do not have a recipe, but I have submitted written testimony, and I will keep this even shorter. Good morning, members of the committee as well. My name is David Costello. I'm the Climate and Clean Energy Director at the Natural Resources Council of Maine, and I am testifying in strong support of LD 1350. Strengthening and accelerating our transition to a future powered by clean energy is key to Maine's efforts to address climate change and to ensuring a healthier, more prosperous and resilient future for all Maine residents. LD 1350 would help in advancing this essential work by amending the state's renewable portfolio standard and authorizing the Public Utilities Commission to issue 2 competitive solicitations for the procurement of new renewable energy resources. These added procurements would build on the PUC's highly successful prior approval of 17 Maine-based renewable energy projects in September 2020 that are expected to generate more than 535 megawatts of electricity, support 450 construction and 30 permanent jobs, and reduce the state's greenhouse gas emissions by more than 500,000 tons. LD 1350 will ensure that Maine meets its statutory requirement that 80% of electricity sold in Maine is renewable by 2030. Importantly, it will also help to accelerate Maine's broadly beneficial clean energy transition. Additionally, LD 1350 would improve upon the state's previous RPS-related procurements by requiring the PUC in conducting its solicitation and selection to give special consideration to the selection of renewable energy projects in economically depressed areas of Maine, and to consider information submitted by the competing developers regarding the project's feasibility and viability. To extend the benefits of renewable energy development in Maine even further, NRCM is supporting amending LD 1350 to include project siting considerations to ensure that the projects are located in places that are likely to prove the least impactful from an environmental perspective and optimally beneficial from a grid strengthening and economic perspective. Specifically, and I thought I'd be testifying after these organizations, NRCM is supporting the proposed amendment to LD 1350 developed by Maine Audubon, the Nature Conservancy, and Maine Farmland Trust that would direct the PUC to incorporate site location into bid evaluation criteria and give added weight to projects that are likely to have less of an impact on Maine's natural resources, the details of which would be worked out by the PUC in consultation with Maine's Department of Environment and Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. NRCM believes that Maine can rapidly deploy affordable clean energy in ways that augment, not diminish, the environmental and economic benefits of Maine's natural and working lands. For this reason and the reasons mentioned earlier, NRCM urges the committee to join us in supporting this important climate and clean energy initiative. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd take any questions if you have any.
Great. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Up next is Eliza Donahue from Maine Audubon. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Barry. I think I saw Senator Lawrence return and members of the committee. My name is Eliza Donahue. I live in Brunswick, and I represent Maine Audubon and our 30,000 members and supporters, and are really happy to be supporting this bill. We support this legislation as another substantial step towards meeting Maine's ambitious and really necessary renewable energy targets. As this committee is well aware, the grid scale procurement that resulted from 2019 legislation was immensely successful, with energy prices averaging 3.5 cents per kilowatt hour. You know, a lot of that cost can be attributed to the economies of scale. The projects that bid in were very large, from 20 to 100 megawatts. And while that size is really great for ratepayers, the immensity of these projects, which again at 20 to 100 megawatts can range from about 100 to 800 acres apiece, that's for solar projects, means that their impacts on natural resources such as forested habitats and agricultural lands can be equally large. And as such, you know, as Mr. Costello referenced before, Maine Audubon is offering a friendly amendment to the legislation, which would direct the PUC to work with the Department of Environmental Protection and Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry to include siting considerations into their project selection, along with the economic and project viability considerations that are already incorporated into the bill. We believe that this is a smart, well-timed move to balance Maine's renewable energy goals with other climate goals, such as growing food, providing connected wildlife habitat, and conserving carbon-absorbing forests and farmland. It's also consistent with Maine's Climate Action Plan, which recommends the development of policies by 2022 to ensure renewable energy project siting that minimizes impacts to working and natural lands. And finally, it's also pretty consistent with the 2019 solar bill, the distributed generation procurement bill, which called for selecting projects based on siting criteria. Maine Audubon engaged in this rulemaking process at the PUC, and we were really happy with the results, which put a thumb on the scale for projects that avoided, excuse me, the most sensitive habitats, were located in proximity to already developed land, et cetera. So we know that locating projects in these areas that avoid or minimize impacts to natural resources can happen. It's happening already. Some solar projects are already building on previously developed land, in business parks, also on farm fields that allow for agricultural production at the same time. You know, citing these projects in those areas is really well received by the public and can lead to a better chance of permitting success. You know, we know that project viability is a key component of this bill already. And we believe that incorporating site selection will help bolster the viability of these projects. So we've included a copy of the amendment with our testimony. Others will come behind us to share a little bit more information about it, but we encourage the committee to take a look and to otherwise support this really important legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Donahue. Questions from the committee, beginning with Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Donahue, for your being here today. I share your concern with what could be, from the only real number I've heard, up to 45,000 acres of solar required by 2050, and where that may be located and how it affects those sites. I'm wondering, does your organization also have a number for when a wind farm is developed, what the average number of acres required would be for that, either by unit or for a certain sized wind farm? Do you have those? Have you looked at that as well? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And, you know, I don't have it at the top of my head. You know, I can say that wind farms on a per megawatt basis do tend to be smaller than solar farms. But in many cases, from a natural resource perspective, the impacts are very similar.
Thank you.
And seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony. We'll go on to Mr. Payne, Jeremy Payne of the Maine Renewable Energy Association.
Morning, Representative Barry, members of the committee. My name is Jeremy Payne. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Renewable Energy Association. Here to testify in strong support of LD 1350. This bill builds off and looks to replicate the success of the first procurement that was enabled by Senator Vitelli's LD 1494 on the 129th. PUC administered a bidding process and ultimately selected 17 Maine-based projects with, as you heard, a blended price of about 3.5 cents. I think importantly, these contracts included a diverse portfolio, contracts for hydro, wind, biomass, and solar. So the good news was not just the competitive pricing, but also the major environmental, economic, and employment benefits. So you heard some of the examples: avoiding 500,000 tons of greenhouse gases, creating 450 full-time equivalent jobs during construction, spending $145 million initially with Maine-based entities, and then host communities each year will average about $4.7 million in taxes and payments. There are a lot of similarities between this bill and LD 1494, like procuring 15% of Maine's electric retail load over 2 procurements, but there are a couple of notable differences. So there are 4 specific differences between this bill and the last iteration, which is that only resources reaching commercial operation after 6/30/21 are eligible. It instructs the PUC to consider initiating a rulemaking around financial security. Section B3 requires the PUC to examine project maturity through examination of queue positions with ISO New England, as well as whether the bidder has submitted a pre-application to the primary siting authority. And then lastly, it also requires the PUC in B4 to give special consideration to projects in economically depressed areas. So we support all 4 of these provisions, but we do suggest the committee consider making repowered projects eligible to bid. So a couple of examples of that would be an existing wind farm would like to upgrade their blades to improve efficiency and output. Or if an existing solar farm wants to pair a battery storage project with it. Those projects would also be making substantial investments, and those investments may approach the economic and environmental benefits of a brand new project. So this would be a lot different than the existing standard that allows refurbished projects to petition to move up from Class 2 to Class 1, and definitely would require the committee's attention to help create a sufficiently narrow definition for repowering. There also may be a benefit to broadening or clarifying the definition of what constitutes an economically depressed area. There are specific areas of the state that may benefit from these projects more than just this county or that county. You may want to give commission the authority to incentivize or provide a bid adder to projects in more narrow areas of a community or a county as opposed to an entire swath of land. And then lastly, just want to say that now is an excellent time to lock in competitive pricing with federal tax credits at the levels they are. It will help deliver meaningful and long-term benefits for Maine consumers. Oh, and then one more last thing. Just wanted to mention that it's always a good idea for policymakers to consider sending clear signals to the marketplace that there's going to be consistent procurements over whether it's year over year, every 2 years, every 3 years, whatever it might be. That allows people to invest in their pre-development pipelines, get their projects ready to bid so that you have the most competitive process and the lowest bid for the PUC to consider. So with that, respectfully request the committee to pass the bill out to pass, and happy to try and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Chair Barry, and thank you, Mr. Payne, for your testimony. You referred to repowering or refurbishment of existing producers, and I assume that would include solar. I hear numbers of, for instance, solar that there's a 2% degradation per year. I don't know if you can confirm that for me or if that's even close, but what my question would be is for wind farms and or solar, when refurbishment occurs, is there anything in place that decides, or is there a recycler available, or is there anything in place that decides how to recycle that equipment when upgrades are made? Thank you.
The short answer, Representative Foster, is yes, there are some companies that handle recycling. I don't know a ton about it. I'd be happy to do a little bit of research and bring you back an answer for it in time for the work session.
Great. That would be very helpful. Thank you. Other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we'll proceed. Thank you, Mr. Payne, and we'll go on to Mr. Matt Kearns of Long Road Energy. Welcome.
Hello, Chair Barry, thank you, and other members of the committee. Testifying in strong support of the bill. Just to echo Jeremy's last comment about sort of these recurring procurements, I think not only does it represent a great time to buy these contracts for Maine consumers, as evidenced by the last tranche, but it's also having these recurring signals allows the supply chain, the Maine supply chain, to develop its capability to capture the maximum economic benefit associated with these contracts. So I think that's a really key point that, we could not get a Maine contractor, a qualified Maine contractor to bid on some of our solar projects as little as a year ago. And now we have we just signed a contract with ES Bolus. So, we're now getting really good qualified Maine contractors. So I think we're at this intersection of clean and affordable energy as demonstrated by 1350. This is a good time to buy for the reasons Jeremy talked about. So it's an important opportunity for Maine ratepayers. But I think it's also important to send that solid signal to the market and to the financing community. This is the demonstrated kind of contract mechanism and mechanism generally for financing and building these projects across the country. So this is the tried and true method for getting more renewables built in every major market across the US. And I think, we are, as Long Road, we're involved in multiple markets. Maine has a great opportunity right now to sort of do it again. The prices that we're seeing, I've been in this business for 15 years. I never thought we'd be at these low prices. So it's a really unique time, and I really appreciate the support of the committee and the Senator Vitelli's sponsorship of the bill and the continued leadership on clean energy in Maine. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Kearns? All right, seeing none. Thanks for joining us. And we'll go on next for our next testimony and support to Matt Schlobohm of Maine AFL-CIO. Welcome, Matt.
Good morning, Representative Barry, Senator Lawrence, and members of the EUT committee. My name is Matt Schlobohm with the Maine AFL-CIO. We're the state's largest labor federation, and we testified today in support of LD 1350 and also encourage the committee to explore ways to strengthen the job quality and labor standards provisions in the bill and in this broader section of statute. We support this bill because of the stark reality of climate change, because it builds on the positive developments of the first RPS legislation, because it's essential to meeting our energy targets, and because our response to the climate crisis presents significant economic opportunities. We applaud the emphasis on siting of projects in economically depressed areas and the procedural improvements the bill embodies. And as a labor organization, we would be remiss if we didn't point out that our climate crisis exists within a much broader crisis of deepening inequality of wealth, income, opportunity, and power. And those inequalities, of course, cut deeply along lines of race, gender, and geography. And the pandemic has reminded us of all of that and laid those inequities bare for all of us. We know that inequality is deepening in Maine and across the country, and our response to the climate crisis and the economic opportunities it presents has to take that reality into account. And we have very real choices about what kind of economic development we pursue as we rapidly decarbonize key sectors of our economy. And are we being very deliberate about pursuing a high road economic development strategy or a lower road economic development strategy? And I think there are clearly different paths we can take as we decarbonize, and taking that high road path will not just magically happen by itself. And I think getting to the kind of clean energy economy that we all want requires that we make very deliberate policy choices and that we directly address and not reproduce or exacerbate existing inequities. And to date, the quality of jobs in the renewable energy economy has been pretty uneven. There's data in my testimony about wage levels across various occupations. And I think quite often the promise of clean or green jobs has not met the reality. And our state's four-year climate plan clearly recognizes that. It explicitly recommends that we pair job quality standards with renewable energy investments and makes a set of policy recommendations for legislators and policymakers to consider. And I think the one key point here is that in looking at the 7 explicitly named factors that the PUC is directed to consider under the RPS solicitation process for the 30% weight given to the economy, it's notable that there is not a single factor related to the quality of jobs created or direct benefits to workers employed on these projects through things like wages and benefit levels, retirement security, et cetera. That means that from a public policy perspective, we're not seeking to shape this process in any way that explicitly encourages high quality job creation, direct consideration of the people doing this work, and the pursuit of shared prosperity from these projects and from this transition. And so we would encourage this committee to explore policy provisions within the RPS framework and more broadly that move us toward that high quality clean energy job framework. And there are a number of policy tools to do that: prevailing wage rates, training and apprenticeship utilization.
We are at 3 minutes.
Okay. The last thing I would just say to wrap up is that I wanted to flag for the committee that there's a bill before the Labor and Housing Committee, LD 1231, sponsored by Representative Cuddy, that seeks to do many of these things, that intersects directly with this bill, and it would be smart for this committee to consider it and think about the intersections, and we would be happy to work with you and encourage support of this bill. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Matt. Questions from the committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Slobon, for being here today. I'm wondering, as I believe you represent, or your organization represents, many folks employed in Maine industry. I'm wondering if you've heard from them on how important it is to keep Maine energy prices low, to try to preserve those mostly well-paying and good benefited jobs. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, we certainly hear that a lot, Representative Foster. We know, I think we know two things. We know the importance of trying to keep energy prices low. We know the importance of that for our overall economy. We represent what's left of certain parts of Maine's manufacturing sector and paper and mills and other industries, shipyards, other places. They are, of course, acutely aware of those prices and how they impact their businesses. And I think we all are also aware of the significant threat of accelerating climate change and the need to collectively address that. So we take both things very seriously to heart and appreciate the question.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. Slobon, I know you were just getting to the portion of your testimony. I have read through that, the part that talks about perhaps making some amendments, being aware of Representative Cuddy's bill and another committee. Are you able for the work session to suggest some specific standards that we might consider, some additional language? I know Maine Audubon did that for citing issues, for example.
Yeah, we would be happy to do that and lay out a menu of options. And as noted, Representative Cuddy's bill intersects with the RPS standard and the broader question of what kind of job quality standards we should look for as we develop this these new sectors of our economy, but happy to provide that for work session.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And next up, we have Ms. Melissa Winnie, and representing the Governor's Energy Office, also in support of this legislation. Welcome.
Yes, thank you again, Chair Barry and members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. My name is Melissa Winnie, and I'm the Energy Policy Analyst for the Governor's Energy Office. We testify today in general support of LD 1350. As others have noted, in September 2020, the PUC selected projects for the first round of procurements, as was directed by statute, which resulted in 17 projects required to supply renewable electricity generation equal to about 9.5% of total retail electricity sales in the state. In January 2021, the PUC issued a proposal for the remaining 4.5% of total retail electricity sales in the state. And looking at the PUC website, it looks like the estimated timeline for that is for approval of term sheets to happen in mid to late July and complete and executed contracts in August to September. So the results of that second piece of that first procurement will provide some helpful information related to the current and potential market dynamics, as well as valuable information related to the selected projects, such as technology size, location, cost, economic benefits, et cetera. And we wanted to note that that information may be helpful to inform future procurement approaches, such as what's proposed in this legislation. Additionally, I wanted to speak a bit about the State of Maine Renewable Energy Goals Market Assessment that the Governor's Energy Office sponsored, as was required by statute, and some of the key findings and lessons learned from that report as relates to future procurements. First, the report does note, as Senator Vitelli stated, that the state is on track to meet the RPS until 2026. Again, that's an estimate based on a number of modeling assumptions, but new resources will be needed to continue to meet the state's RPS. And given the challenges of development, there is need for action prior to 2026 to ensure that enough generation is online at that time. While the Energy Office is supportive of additional action to ensure the state can meet its future needs, there's a number of considerations that need to be determined prior to moving forward with additional procurements. As was identified and emphasized in the RPS study, transmission is going to be a key component of future renewable development. There's a couple recommendations within the RPS study of how to approach that. Regardless of the specific pathway to address the transmission challenges, procurement for renewable generation needs to consider how they coordinate with transmission planning and development. That will be needed in order for projects to become operational. The study also found that a diverse portfolio of resources can help lower risk for ratepayers and the state. This is a key consideration as we procure additional resources, to think about the mix of technologies and how that will balance the risks, benefits, costs, and other impacts. Further, as the renewable energy market continues to mature, there are various approaches to procurement that may be considered to maximize benefits. And additionally, while the state's electric load is forecasted to grow as transportation and heating are electrified, it's worth being mindful of how much Maine is contracting for as a percentage of our load. So the GEO recommends taking steps to consider these various aspects while also balancing the need for additional renewable energy generation in the future in order to continue to meet our clean energy and climate goals for Maine. So we're supportive of the concept of additional procurements, and we would like to work with the sponsor and stakeholders on potential refinement of this proposal, in part based on the findings from the RPS study. So thank you for your consideration, and I welcome any questions, and we'll be submitting written testimony as well.
Great, thank you. Any further questions, or any questions at all from the committee? Ms. Winnie, I note that in their written testimony, and I'm not sure that Central Maine Power intends, it doesn't look like they intend to give oral testimony today, but in their written testimony, they do note a couple of things. And I just wonder if you could comment. They note that long-term contracting is inherently a risk transfer from renewable generation developers to investor-owned electric utility customers. And they go on to make some specific recommendations regarding how resources are disposed of, capacity resources, energy, RECs, and also seeking some, looks like seeking some specific cost recovery provisions to be sure that any contracts for differences are charged to ratepayers and not considered imprudent and thus charged to shareholders of the utility. Are those things that the GEO would endorse? Do you want to get back to us on that?
Yeah, I would appreciate the opportunity to look through the written testimony and come prepared to respond to that in the work session.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any additional questions? All right, seeing none, we will go on to testimony from the Nature Conservancy of Maine, represented by Rob Wood. Welcome, Rob.
Thanks, Chair Barry, and members of the committee. Great to see you this morning. My name is Rob Wood. I'm the Director of Government Relations and Climate Policy for the Nature Conservancy here in Maine. And we're here to testify in support of LD 1350 and would also like to propose a friendly and important amendment to the bill. First, we'd just like to thank Senator Vitelli for continuing to be such a strong leader on clean energy and climate change and for bringing the bill forward. We support the bill because, as you've heard, builds on the successful procurement that was carried out last fall, which resulted in 450 megawatts of new solar and wind that was selected at prices competitive with natural and gas. This outcome demonstrated that Maine can make a rapid transition to clean energy while keeping electricity prices low. And the additional procurement authorized by LD 1350 will continue Maine on the path to meeting our 2030 clean energy and climate goals at affordable prices. As you've heard, the bill also makes key improvements over the last procurement. So it requires that all the procured renewable energy must come from new or repowered resources. We think that's really important. Recognizes that there is a role in Maine's energy mix for existing renewables, but we must focus on building new clean energy to meet our climate goals. It also gives it also directs the PUC to consider additional criteria when evaluating bids. So the requirement to give consideration to evidence of project viability, as well as special consideration of projects in economically depressed areas of the state, which you've already heard about. So TNC respectfully proposes that LD 1350 should be amended to direct the PUC to consider another key factor in selecting projects, and that's compatibility with Maine's natural resources. So while solar and wind energy are definitely a boon to Maine's climate and economy, another lesson we are continuing to learn is that new energy infrastructure can leave a significant footprint on Maine's landscape. As the state continues to encourage new clean energy development, it should also seek to use the tools at its disposal to encourage clean energy that is cited to minimize impacts on our natural and working lands. The amendment that you heard about earlier that was developed by Maine Audubon and Maine Farmland Trust, it's included and detailed in our written testimony, that would require 15% of the evaluation of project bids to be based on benefits to Maine's natural resources. And importantly, this would not change the role that price plays in selecting projects. Price would continue to constitute 70% of the bid evaluation framework. To build on a point made earlier, the amendment would reflect that the development associated with solar and wind can have a relatively minor or a relatively substantial impact on wildlife habitat, depending on the site location of projects. And we believe it's appropriate to use a procurement process to select projects that are relatively well sited. For example, those that are located closer to existing development and that avoid impacts to large undeveloped habitat blocks. And we recognize this doesn't mean there will be zero impact to forest land, simply suggests that we should prioritize development in areas closer to forest land that's already fragmented. And one more point before I wrap up, I just wanted to say that consideration of siting criteria during the procurement process rather than waiting to get to the DEP permitting stage has multiple benefits. You've heard earlier about enhancing the viability of selected projects. But most importantly, we see this as really the only venue where we can take a 30,000-foot view of the potential landscape impact of the full slate of proposed renewable energy projects, because the DEP takes permit applications one by one, whereas a competitive procurement allows for consideration of the relative environmental benefits and impacts across a range of potential projects. So I'll stop there and just say thanks again to Senator Vitelli. Thanks for your time and consideration, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. And are there questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
And we'll go next to Steve Zaretti. Welcome, Steve, for your 3 minutes. And I believe you're representing Brookfield Renewables, is that right?
That's correct. Good morning, Representative Berry and members of the committee. As stated, Steve Zaretti speaking on behalf of Brookfield Renewable in general support of the intent of LD 1350. We do have some specific recommendations for the committee's consideration. For one, consistent with what you heard earlier from Jeremy Payne, we recommend that existing resources that are repowered after June of this year be eligible to qualify as new. For example, Brookfield owns and operates Mars Hill Wind in Aroostook County, and repowering that site would require substantial equipment replacement, and ultimately result in better performance and increased production from the site. Importantly, that repowering would include many of the same benefits as new development, so dozens of construction jobs and related economic benefits, long-term employment and long-term property tax commitments. But investment in the repowering would need to be tied to a commercial arrangement, and given the declining federal tax credits, a near-term opportunity like this legislation proposes really would be optimal for extending the useful life of the project at the lowest cost to ratepayers. Second, we'd also recommend the inclusion of a carve-out for existing Class 1A resources, similar to what was included in LD 1494. This could be anywhere from 10 to 25% of overall procurement, really to still provide considerable opportunity for new investment, but it would also prioritize resource retention and ensure that existing economic commitments from certain existing main renewable energy facilities do remain available well into the future. The committee could even consider a requirement that any existing resource offering into the procurement must include co-located energy storage in the offer, really with the aim of addressing energy curtailment that in effect would result in increased renewable energy production. Anyways, our written submittal goes into more detail, but I'll stop there. So thank you for the opportunity to weigh in, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good, thank you. Any questions for Steve Zaretti? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Zaretti, for your testimony. The amendment that you're referring to, proposing here, we might consider. I know that some hydro stations have found through engineering that they can replace water wheels and gain some percent, 10, 15% of operating efficiency by going to a modernized, if you will, design. I'm wondering if, first of all, if your organization has done so, and or if your amendment would help in that regard. Thank you.
So the answer, I think, is yes to both of those. We have done turbine replacement and resource upgrades that have allowed for efficiency gains and increased production, sometimes on the order of 10, 15%. And there's two amendments here. So one is to allow for repowers. The second amendment, allowing for existing resources, wouldn't necessarily require that investment, although it would include resources that did pursue those types of investments.
Thank you.
Great. And seeing no further questions, thank you again for joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll go on next to hear from Stephen Weems of the Solar Energy Association of Maine, also testifying in favor. Welcome.
Good morning, Representative Barry, Senator Stewart, and other members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities and Technology. My name is Steve Weems. I'm the Executive Director of the Solar Energy Association of Maine. And we are solidly behind Maine's clean energy goals and therefore enthusiastically support the additional procurement that would be mandated by LD 1350. Just taking a 10-second detour, Representative Foster, I think it would be good to ask a solar engineer, but I have purchased solar equipment and believe that the so-called D-rate factor, which is a deterioration factor, is 0.5% per year. But as I said, I would check in with a solar engineer on that one. Back to my testimony, I invite you to our written material. I'm not going to cover the benefits of this bill that many others have spoken to, and just use the remaining time I have to focus on two new pieces of information or new ideas. One would be on, we are in favor of introducing some locational criteria into the considerations the PUC would deploy on evaluating proposals. We would also like to see that the location of the projects in relation to centers of load, electrical load be considered as one of the features in the siting evaluation or the locational evaluation, as well as a preference of some sort for disturbed sites. So we're trying to optimize on this as well as protecting our natural resources. And secondly, I don't think this requires any kind of legislative action at this point, but I do want to point out that the Governor's Energy Office Maine Renewable Energy Goals Market Assessment that several have referenced had a recommendation to consider bundled procurements, bundled energy and renewable energy certificates, or RECs. And I believe the PUC already has authority to do this, so it doesn't require any modification of this legislation, but it would be an interesting exercise in policy to encourage the PUC to look at that potential in this coming procurement. It's a complex subject, so I'll leave it at that. And the reference to the study that the Governor's Energy Office did would be the reference on that thought. Thank you for the chance to support this bill and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. And any questions from the committee at this time? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Weems. I won't bother asking the question again. I will thank you for the information. It's very important that we get the facts straight when we're considering these issues. Thank you.
Welcome.
Excellent. Very good. In that case, thanks again for joining us, and we'll go on to James Bass. And James, I believe you're representing Re-Energy, correct?
That is correct, Representative Berry. Good morning, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name is James Bass. I'm an attorney here in Augusta on behalf of Re-Energy. Re-Energy is in support of LD 1350, and we appreciate all this committee has done in the recent years to enhance the state's RPS. But we do believe the state would be far more likely to achieve its renewable energy goals if it ensures the viability of its Class 1A renewable resources by allowing them the opportunity to compete in the proposed procurement. As I was thinking about the best way to sort of make this argument to the committee, I was, for both new and existing members, we usually talk about biomass with its support for rural jobs. It's a market for low-end forest and mill residue. It's a bridge to an advanced bioeconomy. It's got environmental benefits. I think certainly helping that is the PUC's recognition of the strengths of Re-Energy's Livermore Falls bid. This past year, it was one of the 17 awardees under the Tranche 1. The project will deliver $754 million over the life of the contract, and it will employ it will have an impact of over 3,000 FTEs. But actually, I think the best argument really has been put forward by a lot of the stakeholders to this bill this morning, which is we have got to have more megawatts to grow and to meet the state's ambitious climate goals, but also recognizing that there are a lot of issues that we still have to work through. We've got transmission issues. We've got a lot of projects that are in the queue that we're talking about. Well, how many of those are going to remain in the queue? How many of those are going to fall off? How many projects are going to come online and deliver megawatts? We've heard from a lot of environmental groups that they've got real concerns about siting different locations and what's best to protect farmland and working forest land. So I think there's a really strong argument to allow existing resources the opportunity to bid in. Re-Energy's position is actually that just sort of open up, allow existing resources the opportunity to bid. There doesn't have to be a specific carve out or a specific percentage of load or megawatts, but just allow them the opportunity. Re-Energy feels that it can put forward a very competitive proposal that both balances ratepayer and environmental and economic benefits. And the PUC should be the one to look at that. I think allowing existing generators to bid, it would ensure the most robust competition for the PUC. So I think there's a real benefit there. So happy to talk about, more than happy to answer any questions, and we'll be here for the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. When I first served on this committee in 2007 and 2008, the House Republican lead was Ken Fletcher of Winslow. And he was, of course, the sponsor of the bill that created the RPS that took Class 1 to 10%. I think biomass has occupied about 85% of that so far in the Class 1 space. But Representative Fletcher was very fond of saying this was about new steel in the ground, new renewables. And so I'm just struggling to rectify or to understand how we would work in existing resources into this long-term contracting, which my understanding is we're trying to justify or help renewables developers to justify a very significant initial outlay, where the fuel cost is essentially negligible, but the initial cost of the build is significant. Can you elaborate a little more on why it would make sense to bring in existing resources?
Sure. I think there's a good public policy argument to having I think you need to look at it. My recommendation would be to look at it comprehensively. And I think looking at that in the vacuum just says, if there's a new project, we're going to need to incent and sort of give some upfront funding to allow, a long-term PPA to allow them to build. But I think that same rationale would allow an existing facility to provide that stability, that financial stability for the facility. I think for a lot of existing facilities, I think if you look at the jobs that they create, the downstream benefits that inure to those businesses, to those other companies, I think there's a really good argument to allow them to bid in. And the other part too is, I don't think there's any downside to allowing existing generators to bid in. In the event that the PUC says, we're looking at this, we're looking at the ratepayer, we're balancing ratepayer concern, we're looking at economic benefits, and we don't believe that on balance, this project delivers those to Mainers, then the bid is not selected. But I don't think there's any harm in allowing existing generators to bid in. I think Reenergy put forward a very competitive proposal last time, and I think we can do so in the future. And I think allowing that parity only benefits the state.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, I'm aware that within the structure of our current procurements, there is often the ability for a generator not located in the state to buy in. We've had a lot of discussions about the cap on hydro, the size of hydro, for example. A generator located in Quebec under 100 megawatts could have bid in any time. For example, is Reenergy able to sell? I mean, you're located in some interesting regions, and are you able to sell into New Brunswick? Are there long-term contracting or other similar procurements in Canada, whether it's New Brunswick or Quebec or perhaps New Hampshire, that biomass can currently take advantage of?
That's a good question, Senator Berry, or Representative Berry. I don't know, but happy to provide that answer to you at the work session.
Great. Yeah, it'd be helpful to know if there are similar incentives going on in other parts of our region. Excellent. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. We appreciate your joining us.
Thank you.
Up next is James Cody, and James, are you? I'll let you say who you're representing because I didn't have it on my sheet. So welcome.
Thank you, Representative Berry and members of the committee. I'm James Cody here today in support of LD 1350 on behalf of Versant Power. Versant Power believes, and recent experience has shown, that projects with larger economies of scale can maximize not only positive climate and economic development impacts, but they can also provide significant benefits to electric customers. Additionally, Versant Power is particularly supportive of provisions contained within this legislation that would give consideration to economically depressed areas in the state. The Versant Power service territory in northern and eastern Maine offers a range of high-quality renewable energy resources, and incentivizing renewable development in appropriately sited locations in this region would be a tremendous boost to our rural economy and will ensure that the benefits of the major energy transitions underway will be spread equitably across all citizens of the state. Finally, as you have heard from us many times before, we also support the ability of energy storage systems to participate in this program. We understand that the committee continues to deliberate on energy storage policies more broadly, but incentivizing creative discussions and proposals on this now essential technology makes a lot of sense to Versant Power. As with any procurement, there's always going to be more details to work out involving some of the technical issues associated with large-scale procurements. But we'd just like to reiterate that Versant Power looks forward to being a productive and collaborative and trusted partner in those dialogues. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have or bring information to the work session. Thank you very much. Whoops, I think you're on mute, Representative Barry.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought everyone was being so polite and quiet, and that explains everything. All right, so I don't see any questions, so thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And we'll go on next to Benji Borowski. I hope I'm saying your name right. Please correct me if not. Representing the Industrial Energy Consumer Group. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Still have a couple minutes left, so good morning. Representative Barry, members of the EUT committee. My name is Benji Borowski. I'm an attorney at Pretty Flaherty representing the Industrial Energy Consumer Group. LD 1350 is a well-intentioned bill that IECG opposes only because it lacks a specific purpose and structure to strategically achieve Maine's climate goals. LD 1350 would continue the status quo of procuring renewables for their own sake. As we move to beneficial electrification, we must procure renewables to meet certain purposes. For example, to get 60% of Maine off of oil with heat pumps, we need affordable, reliable resources to produce energy when it is dark, cold, and very often windy. Onshore wind and offshore wind may be the best resource to meet our heating need. To get off gasoline with EVs, we need energy production when we are charging our cars. Solar and eventually storage may best meet our transportation need. New procurement should seek lowest cost resources to meet specific needs that are tied to decarbonization. The PUC has the expertise to both define need and tailor procurements to make beneficial electrification work. IECG urges Maine to adopt the strategy of beneficial electrification. For more information, I provided links to some expert reports as well as to IECG's website. But the bottom line is that piling costs onto electric ratepayers in an effort to squeeze all carbon from the electric grid first is backwards. For electrification to be beneficial, electricity must be affordable, reliable, and sustainable. Lowering emissions while increasing costs or decreasing reliability is not a climate solution. That is a difficult pill to swallow. Don't take our word for it. I've also provided a link to a recent Rocky Mountain Institute analysis that found heat pumps lower emissions in Maine today by nearly 60% with our existing electric mix compared to natural gas as a proxy fuel. Replacing oil in Maine can reduce emissions even more today. So despite New England generating about half of its electricity with natural gas, heat pumps reduce emissions because they are about 2 to 5 times more efficient than combustion. Similarly, EVs are about 3 times more efficient than gasoline engines. Heating and transportation should be the primary focus of future procurements because there's a huge emissions benefit on the table today. While renewables are important, they are a tool, not an end. Procuring arbitrary amounts of renewables, arbitrary types of renewables at arbitrary times without considering specific needs, reliability, and cost will slow climate progress. Mainers simply will not electrify at scale with high prices and frequent outages. IECG respectfully suggests using procurements to target heating and transportation as part of a beneficial electrification strategy. Resources should compete to meet our heating and charging needs subject to cost and reliability parameters. The critical point is that procurement should be designed and sequenced to ensure that electrification is in fact beneficial and achieves our climate goals. And we think the PUC has the expertise to accomplish this. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. And are there any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, appreciate your joining us. And thanks for your written testimony as well.
Thank you.
Up next is Dan Hendrick. And I believe, Mr. Hendrick, you are representing Clearway Energy Group. I have you down as neither for nor against. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, please go ahead.
First of all, good morning to everybody. I think there's actually, we're now in the afternoon, so good afternoon, everybody. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present our perspective, Clearway's perspective on LD 1350. We are in the somewhat unusual position of being neither for nor against this bill, yet very much wishing to explain our views to the committee. So I hope you'll indulge me for just a moment to explain. A couple of years ago, albeit in the cross building and not on Zoom, Clearway expressed our support for LD 1494. That's because for years, Clearway and other earlier stage developers before us had been developing County Wind, which is a substantial wind energy farm located in Aroostook County in Senator Stewart's district. In the lead up to tranche 1 of the RFP back in 2020 being issued, we worked diligently, as did everybody in that proceeding, to line up our community support, sharpen our pencils, and put our best price forward. Unfortunately, in retrospect, it's clear that LD 1494 had a fatal flaw for County Wind and pretty much every new wind farm in Maine. And that's because although the competition was open to every source of energy or most sources of renewable energy, the reality is that large new wind farms like ours, despite being cost efficient and making significant investments into the state, need new transmission lines to operate. It's that simple. Wind farms are located where the wind is strong, and in Maine, that means northern and western Maine, which are far from population centers and the ability to easily latch onto the electric grid. Most utility scale solar farms, by contrast, do not have this problem, and it's no surprise that all but one of the tranche 1 awards went to solar projects. Our concern is that LD 1350, which hews almost exactly to LD 1494 2 years ago, will repeat this fatal flaw, and that Maine, Aroostook County, wind energy, and climate progress will lose out once again. Just to put briefly in perspective what could be lost, ours is just one of many wind farms in that area. Ours stands to invest more than $1 billion in Maine's infrastructure at full capacity, making it one of the largest ever development projects in northern Maine. We're talking hundreds upon hundreds of construction jobs over 2 seasons, using Maine-based contractors, keeping benefits within the state, millions in new taxes, a likely tax increment financing district with Aroostook County, and much more. What could also be lost are the unique characteristics of wind energy, and that's important in terms of Maine's energy mix, as others have noted, with beneficial electrification. Folks may know that solar obviously peaks during summer afternoons, and wind peaks during winter evenings and winter overnight, when power is actually the most expensive. So I'd hope to make this a long story short, but it's a little late for that. To sum it all up, the Clearway would urge the committee to consider a fresh approach to procurement, and that could include things like specific carve-outs for wind versus solar and other technologies, so that it's truly resource neutral and not based on your transmission needs. That could also be achieved through a value or bonus for projects that add transmission that can benefit multiple projects, for example, as well as socially vulnerable communities. We would also echo others' suggestion that the committee set the procurement at the total of 800 to 900 megawatts, in line with the renewable energy market assessment. And we finally would ask that the committee keep an open mind for any future legislation that may be filed on this particular issue. So thank you very much for your attention. Oh, and if it's okay, I did want to just respond to Representative Foster, who had asked some questions around the average land size for wind versus solar projects, and it depends a lot on the specific size of the solar project. Some are on the distributed system, some are on the transmission system. But during the break, I did check in with the National Wind Solar Association, and they reported that, and this is actually data from the National Renewable Energy Laboratories, that for the larger category of solar farms, which is 10 megawatts and up, it's around 6 acres per megawatt, whereas for wind, it's around 45 acres per megawatt. And that is obviously because the turbines, you have to space them far apart, right? So they don't bump into each other. Also on the issue of recycling that the representative had flagged, I did want to just quickly, if I may take the liberty of just responding to that as well. Clearway is actually repowering a project in West Virginia right now with some exciting cutting edge recycling. And there are basically 2 inputs. There's one input is your blade, but this fantastic new recycling, it's a sort of pilot being developed in conjunction with US DOE. It will take the recovered fiberglass, and that can be, it sort of pulls that out. Basically, it heats up your blade, and it removes the fiberglass, which can be used for non-woven fabrics. And then there's sort of the rest of it, which are composite products that can be turned into short and long fiber thermoplastics for injection molding and 3D printing. There are also some hydrocarbons that are turned back into gas fuels. So excited to be working with that and look forward to using much more recycling going forward.
Great, thank you. And we'll go to questions. Representative Foster is up first.
Thank you, Mr. Hendrick, for anticipating my questions, and I appreciate the answers. Again, facts are important. Thank you.
Indeed. Great. I guess I have a question about the economics. You know, we've heard a lot about the transmission barriers, and I think we're all very interested in understanding those economics better. I certainly am. I'm especially after hearing the testimony of IECG a moment ago. I'm really struggling to understand whether Maine is the right place to make a big purchase like this. You know, there's a lot of appetite, a lot more load, a lot more demand to our south. And, you know, just for the sake of argument, why shouldn't, you know, Massachusetts, for example, or Connecticut, you know, make a big purchase that would, especially given the current tax incentives around, you know, generation and that include generator interconnects, allow us to, you know, to see this project happen here in Maine with all of the commensurate benefits that you have outlined.
Yeah, I think there's really no reason why Maine can't have its cake and eat it too. And I would say, first of all, you know, the renewable energy market assessment did point the way towards additional procurement just needed to meet Maine's own climate goals. And those are just the 2030 goals, not the 2050 goals. And actually, I think that's the benefit of thinking about some of these transmission challenges for the longer term, is that they, you know, beyond meeting like an initial sort of slug of megawatts and a repeat of what we did a couple of years ago, you know, something like, for example, building a transmission line in northern Maine that could unlock many more resources, which could be a complex and very exciting process of folding in new resources over time, could really help to meet that need over the longer term and satisfy the 2050 goals. I would also say absolutely those other states should engage you know, their own resources to you know, and I think Maine, quite frankly, I don't have a good lobster roll analogy. I'm thinking more about a tuna sandwich because lunch is coming up shortly. But you know, Maine can definitely benefit from that, right? So if the state were to bring additional, you know, resources online, those could be available to markets down south. And that would really mean that electricity from northern Maine flows south, and tax benefits and economic benefits and jobs flow north into Maine, which would be a fantastic outcome.
Great. And if you have any additional information on those numbers for the work session, I'd be really interested, in particular around the cost of the interconnection, the cost of that new transmission, and different ways that it could be financed.
Looking forward to that.
That's great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, let's go on to hear from Ellen Griswold of Maine Farmland Trust. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Berry and members of the committee. My name is Ellen Griswold, and I'm the Policy and Research Director at Maine Farmland Trust. I appreciate this opportunity to testify neither for nor against LD 1350, and to offer an important amendment that was developed in conjunction with the Nature Conservancy and Maine Audubon, which I've also attached to my testimony. If this amendment winds up being adopted by the committee, MFT would be happy to support LD 1350. So as some of you may be aware, agriculture is a key component of Maine's economy, contributing over $3.6 billion in economic impact and supporting over 27,000 jobs statewide. But unfortunately, Maine's farmland, the foundation of our state's agricultural economy, is a precious and limited resource. According to the 2017 USDA Census of Agriculture, between 2012 and 2017, Maine lost 10% of its farmland. That's over 145,000 acres of woodland, pastureland, and cropland. MFT supports solar energy production on farms as long as it does not significantly reduce the potential for agricultural production. MFT understands the importance of solar energy production for addressing climate change, and we appreciated being a part of the Maine Climate Council's Natural and Working Lands Working Group. We also understand that on-site solar projects can support the economic viability of a farm operation and reduce on-farm energy costs. But we must ensure that solar development in the state does not result in the loss of important agricultural lands or impede farmers' ability to access the land that they need for their operations. We believe solar generation and agriculture can coexist in Maine in a mutually beneficial manner, as long as solar siting is structured to ensure the appropriate balance of these important interests. For this reason, MFT was thrilled to see the inclusion in the State Climate Action Plan of the recommendation that the state develop policies by 2022 to ensure renewable energy project siting is streamlined and transparent while seeking to minimize impacts on natural and working lands. The amendment MFT is proposing, in addition to others, would further that recommendation by directing the PUC to consult with the DEP and DACF to incorporate site location elements into the bid evaluation criteria to guide the selection of projects and to give additional weight to projects that avoid or minimize natural resources impacts. The inclusion of siting criteria as contemplated by the amendment would build upon the precedent of the 2019 solar bill, LD 1711, which required the PUC to give preference to projects located on previously developed or impacted land, and in fact led to the creation of additional siting criteria. In addition, it is our understanding that the Governor's Energy Office and DACF will be convening a solar siting working group later this year to develop recommendations that incentivize the siting of solar energy projects that minimize impacts on natural and working lands. The recommendations from that working group could be used to inform the siting criteria that are included in the bid evaluation process if the proposed amendment is adopted. For all of these reasons, MFT urges the committee to adopt the proposed amendment and ensure that solar energy generation and agriculture coexist in Maine in a mutually beneficial manner. I appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Any questions for Ellen Griswold? Representative Foster first.
Thank you, Chair Barry. Thank you, Ms. Griswold, for your testimony. Probably at least a couple of months ago now, we were given the opportunity to join in to a webinar, if you will, with Maine agriculture, representatives from farming and agriculture. And I'm not sure if you were involved with that or not, but I raised the concern and asked the question about as we promoted new uses for farmland, and as Representative Barry has stated in the past, Maine doesn't have necessarily a lot of top quality growing lands, but we do have top quality farmers who make the best of it. I raised the question if there was great concern on some of the locations where these farmers who could realize more profit from leasing their land for solar than they could raising crops. If there was a concern about that. Were these other entities involved in, as you considered putting together this amendment that you've suggested today? Thank you.
Well, thank you for that question. That's a really important one. Basically, since 2019, MFT has been working with both farmers and with other agriculture support organizations to come up with sort of best practices for the siting of solar projects, because we don't believe that it has to be sort of a choice one way or the other. There are ways that you can site a project on a farm using marginal lands, using previously disturbed areas, or dual use, which is a really exciting area of solar development where you actually have agricultural production happening on the same piece of land that you have a solar array. And so, but the issue is that to encourage those types of projects to be sited, you really have to incentivize them in some way. And whether that's through actual incentives to the developers themselves, or whether it's sort of through the bid evaluation process, encouraging projects or giving sort of a leg up to projects that are really thoughtfully considering how they are being sited on farmland, seems like the best way to do that.
Great. And just for the record, I Representative Foster is right that I have made comments about characterizing the quality of soils in our state, and it's really just my way of bragging about the soil in the Merrimack Bay floodplain, which is in no disrespect to other soils, but they say it's some of the best this side of the Mississippi.
Just for the record, Representative Barry, I fully understood where you were going with that because I grew up in the ledge outcroppings of central Maine here, so I know what good farmland is and what some isn't. We do have good farmland around in my district, though. I will say that.
Excellent. It's good to know your soils. Okay, we'll go on to Representative Grahowski.
Thank you. I just can't help but get in on the fun on this one. As a person who's looking at my backyard, which is filled with Ellsworth schist, which was the rock that the founder of glaciology theory realized when he visited this area, how it all sort of fit together, looking at striations and other things. So we actually have a historical point just over the bridge from where I live about that. So yes, I too live in a rocky portion of the state. My question was related because we do know that there is a limited amount of prime statewide importance and local importance farmland. If your organization has noticed any trends regarding how much of that land is being converted to non-agricultural uses versus that larger percent, I think you said it was 10 or 11% being converted, because I think I'm more concerned about if the prime land is being used and converted. Yeah, for instance, in Ellsworth, I believe some of it ended up under a Walmart parking lot. That's really our best use of that location. So I don't know if you know those numbers or if you could find out for us. It's just a curiosity that I have as we think about these policy decisions going forward.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that is a really important question. And you'll notice in the amendment that we're proposing, one of the sort of site location elements that we think should be considered as the DEP and DACF consults with the PUC in developing that type of criteria would be sort of the avoidance of prime soils and soils of statewide importance, because we do have a limited amount of those within the state. And our organization's belief is absolutely that those best soils for agricultural production should be saved for agriculture. I don't have a sense about how much of those soils have been developed. I'm certainly happy to look into that and try and get that information to you for the work session. I do know that when the Maine Natural Areas Program was reviewing some of the proposed solar projects, there was a good amount of, and again, these were just potential projects at the time, but there was a good amount of proposed projects on prime soils and soils of statewide importance. And so that was certainly alarming to us and alarming, I think, to other ag support organizations within the state and to farmers within the state. But I would be happy to look into that issue further when you're talking about sort of general development.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Great. Any other questions for Ellen Griswold and Maine Farmland Trust? All right, seeing none. Hope you'll join us again for the work session.
Absolutely. Thank you so much again.
You bet. And up next is Garrett Corbin from the PUC, also neither for nor against.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the committee, testifying neither for nor against on behalf of the Maine Public Utilities Commission today on LD 1350. The commission is currently at the moment administering the first of two procurements for renewable resources that fulfill Maine's renewable portfolio standard as directed by the 129th legislature and acknowledged by the sponsor in her testimony. It's important to consider that contracts for 20 or more years come with substantial risk to ratepayers. This risk occurs because of the difficulty of accurately predicting energy supply costs 20 years into the future. A benefit of long-term contracting is that it helps project financing by allowing lending institutions to forego the risk associated with energy price fluctuations, and that risk gets shifted to utility customers through long-term contracts. If future supply costs are lower than the contract rates, ratepayers will pay the above market costs and customer bills will increase. Conversely, the opposite's true, that ratepayers would be the beneficiaries in the opposite circumstance. Our written testimony provides some history regarding Maine's history with long-term contracting, illustrate how the state of Maine to this day shares the burden of ratepayer risk exposed by its experience with qualifying facility long-term contracts entered into by Maine utilities in the 1980s and 1990s. To a large extent, the restructuring of the electric industry in 2000 was a response to these QF contracts stranded costs. One of the major goals of restructuring was to deregulate electricity supply and have that supply provided through a competitive market in which the suppliers, rather than the ratepayers, would take on the risk of market price fluctuations. Long-term contracts for large amounts of electricity can be at odds with that goal of exposing suppliers rather than the customers to risk. That said, there are, on the other hand, significant environmental and economic benefits to the state from having renewable projects sited here, and long-term contracts also provide the benefit of serving as a ratepayer hedge against fluctuating supply prices. An important policy question is how to balance these benefits against the risk of substantial new stranded costs. The law enacted by the last legislature required the commission to conduct 2 renewable energy procurements for an amount of energy equal to 14% of retail electricity sales, which amounts to approximately 800 megawatts. I think that answers a question posed by Representative Wadsworth earlier. LD 1350, this bill would require 2 additional solicitations to acquire energy equal to 15% of retail sales, also equivalent to about 800 megawatts. For reference, Maine's peak load is approximately 2,100 megawatts, and Maine currently has 4,500 megawatts of generating capacity in the state. Much of the energy produced by these plants is in excess of Maine's demand and thus serves load in other states in the region. And just one other point that we wanted to raise is that the development of significant amounts of additional generation capacity on Maine's grid could harm existing renewable generators by creating transmission constraints that could result in negative market prices and the need for transmission upgrades. While the commission tries to incorporate the potential for negative pricing in evaluating bids in a procurement, there's also significant uncertainty in doing so. For these reasons, the commission urges the committee to carefully consider respectfully how this legislation fits into the larger context of the state's long-term strategy to meet the state's renewable energy goals. Important questions include: when will additional generation be needed to serve Maine consumers? How much risk should ratepayers take on at a time? And is there a benefit to spacing out procurements to allow for an evaluation of changes in regional electricity markets? With those questions posed and that information, we welcome questions and will be present at the work session.
Great. Questions from the committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Corbin, for being here. I'm wondering if you might have a number the PUC would consider might be something we would look at that would be a better long-term contract duration period versus 20 years. And I say, for instance, in today's climate, it would seem maybe even 10 years might be considered long-term. But does the PUC have any thought on that?
I'm sure we do, Representative Foster. I will do what I can to get you a recommendation for the work session. I wouldn't advise the committee to rely on me for numbers. So let me check that with the number crunchers here and get back to you.
Thank you. Understood.
Great. Any further questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, as always, for joining us. And we'll go on to Ryan Gahagan. Welcome back, Mr. Gahagan, to testify neither for nor against.
Thank you, Chairman Barry and members of the committee. My name is Ryan Gahagan. I'm my organization that I represent. I'm the founder and owner of Treadwood, which is an energy development services company. Some of the projects I do include projects at the Loring Air Force Base surrounding biomass, CHP, and biofuels, other forest products. Several solar and storage projects around Maine and New England, from siting and permitting to contracting. Mainly my primary client is Con Edison Transmission, a project called the Maine Power Link, which is currently proposed in Tranche 2. It's a 100-mile transmission line intended to unlock the vast amount of resources in Aroostook County we've been working on for a very long time. I'm speaking today as an entrepreneur and developer myself at the Loring Projects as a consultant to multiple energy developers around the state. I'm a ratepayer in CMP and in Versant. I'm a resident of both Southern Maine and Northern Maine. So I sort of wear a lot of hats, and I view these types of issues from all those different perspectives. For decades, we've known there's a vast amount of renewable resources sitting in the county waiting for a transmission infrastructure to release it. Now's a good opportunity. We need just to look at the right procurement amount that gets us the economy of scale to meet and keep that transmission cost low. We are very familiar with the issues that have been faced with Aroostook County. The incumbent utilities put out what's called the second cluster study, which was their cost assessment for releasing, let's call it, I think their number was 350 megawatts to 560 megawatts of Aroostook County, what they think that that would cost. My client, Con Edison Transmission, is in competitive transmission development. So the question earlier about what does it cost to do transmission? There are the incumbent utilities that will tell you it costs one thing, but outsiders through FERC, Order 1000, competitive opportunities can prevent new different solutions at different cost structures. We have been working to try to provide some of that information. I do have some written testimony, and I do wanted to make two quick points before I ran out of time. One is about that economic of transmission. Shouldn't Massachusetts do this? We are learning as developers about what it means when Massachusetts buys something from Maine through the NECEC project, and are taking some strong lessons from that proceeding. We also are proposing in this idea that phase one is our infrastructure first, and then in the future, perhaps become a net exporter, as was mentioned earlier. And finally, my family owns a farm in Castle Hill. We lease out for farming grain and potato at $100 an acre. Solar projects are going for around $1,200 to $1,500 an acre. So the individual farmer wants to make that decision for themselves. Thanks for your time. Available for question.
Great, thank you. I appreciate your having your own timer. It saves me the trouble.
I had it, right? I got it pretty close, right?
Well done. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gahagan, for your testimony. You brought something up that perked a question in my mind in regards to the price that farmers are getting per acre for the opportunity. And I agree 100%. I think landowners should be making the decisions. However, I would ask, are those projects prices through grid scale projects or net energy billing projects? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question. So we had our farm in the land bank program for about 20 years. When that came out, we had an opportunity to work with Buck Farms. They're right next door, and we said, yeah, let's do it. Let's do some grain and potatoes. And again, that's about $100 to $110 per acre per year. That covers property tax probably for that average farmer. Solar projects, I'm working in the scale of DG, so 1 to 4.9 megawatts, citing those projects, but also grid scale under the other type of procurements that we're talking about that will come out of this. That, in my experience, I've negotiated, I think, about a dozen leases. That range scale is about the same, from about $1,000 to $1,500 per acre per year for the area cited and eventually actually used for the solar projects. And that's a significant financial difference between those two options. And if you are the independent landowner, you have the option to put your land into conservation if you want to. You have the option to put it in a land bank, but you should not be prevented from making that decision for yourself. I think what's best for you and your family.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And in your experience in that particular arena, have you seen much in the way of dual use or kind of combination, use of marginal land for renewables development, with farming happening simultaneously to improve the economics of it?
Not in my specific experience, but I know that that's becoming common practice. There's grazing that has been happening for, if you're farming, for example, sheep or things like that. And it's hard to do any kind of crop at the same time as a solar project. Anything planted in the ground I don't see that as common, but I could see if there's any information available on that for you.
Thanks. Yeah, and I guess just to go back to the transmission question briefly and kind of touch on that, it sounds like the proposal from your client, Con Edison Transmission, would be to finance and own the line. Is that right? And it would be a generator interconnect?
That's correct. We have a couple different development paths that we're on right now. We did put a project into Tranche 2, partnered with Clearway Energy Group. Dan Henrik spoke on that earlier. In that specific design, that would be a 100-mile line built at 1,200 megawatts of capacity, but only injecting at its point of interconnection for approval of about 350 megawatts. If we wanted to send more than 350 megawatts to that location, we do need additional infrastructure built out further down the grid. So we're phasing our proposal is to start with the first rung of the ladder to get some of that low-hanging fruit in Southern Aroostook, extend it to Northern Aroostook. At that point, we will have enough of sort of the foundation done that if there's a Massachusetts procurement where we want to become a net exporter of our onshore marine resources, or the offshore that needs to come in and needs a new tie to Massachusetts, that's a phase 3. That's something Massachusetts could pay for. But I think we've structured this so that Maine could afford to do this portion on our own.
Got it. Thank you. And just to play that out a little further, if the generator interconnect is built by a competitive transmission developer, not an incumbent utility, does it stay with that transmission developer indefinitely until the developer sees fit to sell it, or does at some point it get turned over to the local utility?
Right. So there's either a question of ownership or control. So control typically is given to ISO, but ownership, I think it's probably about 7 or 8 years ago now, the generator lead line that was built for Oakfield, right? It was a 150-mile line. They proposed during one of our reliability studies to make a connection to Mullen substation in Northern Maine and transfer ownership. That would then make it a pool transmission facility. And they did propose to do that. It was called the Maine Gen Lead. Now it's under control by Onward Energy, I think. So in our model, what we see first is a generator lead that is owned and managed by the generator lead with multiple generators on it. At some point in time, it may make sense to tie Northern Maine to ISO New England, at which point it would become a PTF, and we would consider in that situation transferring it to probably MEPCO, which is that organization that's both Versant and CMP. That's a foreseeable scenario.
Great. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Sure.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thanks again for joining us. And I believe I'm going to just check with our clerk that concludes testimony on this item. Is that right, Jordan?
Yes, Ryan was the last one to testify.
Okay, great. So we'll schedule the work session in a couple weeks, most likely. And that will bring us to LD 1431. We do have 2 more bills. It looks like 5 or so people to testify on each. First up is LD 1431, which is an act to require certain veterans organizations to be billed for electricity usage at the same rate as residential customers. The bill is sponsored by our own Representative Grahowski, and the chair is pleased to recognize Representative Grahowski to present her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I am, as you know, Nicole Grahowski. I represent the communities of Ellsworth and Trenton in the Maine House, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today in support of LD 1431. This bill is quite simple by EUT standards. I hope you will enjoy a little bit of a break from the technicalities. It would switch the electricity rate class of any building owned or rented by a veterans organization, like the VFW or American Legion, from commercial to residential, thereby allowing that organization to avoid crippling demand charges. The bill currently requires this switch, but I propose to amend it to instead use an opt-in provision for veterans organizations, which would allow the organization to choose their preferred rate class and notify the utility if it does indeed desire a change. I want to start by acknowledging that I am aware that this bill would likely create a cost shift to other utility customers. When one entity pays less for the delivery of their electricity, others usually pay more. This committee heard a similar bill in the 129th legislature, LD 1186, that resulted in a quasi-demand charge holiday for agricultural fairs. However, instead of exempting these organizations from demand charges, this bill would switch their classes. This results in a smaller rate impact due to residential delivery rates being higher than commercial rates. I believe this minor cost shift is reasonable and in line with our values to appreciate the service and sacrifice of our veterans and the phenomenal ongoing work that they do to support each other and our greater communities. The money they could save via this legislation would be well spent on things like energy and efficiency improvements to their facilities, helping veterans with home repairs, heating costs, and food, and supporting our youth leaders and scouting programs, just to name a few examples. In Ellsworth, our VFW hall has very high electricity bills, which threaten its viability, especially as its revenue generating opportunities have been limited in the past year. In order to better understand what the impact of this legislation would be, I asked our Public Utilities Commission to analyze a high bill from July 2020. Based on the 2021 rates in our Versant district, their cost for delivery would go from $670 to $349, a savings of $321. Now, I had planned to calculate the potential annual savings for this building. However, some of the bills had multiple lines for the same costs at different usages and rates, and proved to be a bit challenging for me to translate into 2021 rates without a bit more information and help from the Public Utilities Commission, which I didn't really feel I should keep asking them to do. According to the PUC, there is a large variation in commercial rates based on first, customers' demand level, and second, their voltage level. So not all facilities of veterans organizations may be experiencing the same conditions. Indeed, we found that the Orono American Legion was in a different commercial rate class and not experiencing these exorbitant demand charges. Additionally, the PUC identified that the Ellsworth VFW Hall has a low, quote, load factor, which means that their kilowatt hour usage per peak demand ratio is low. So for July 2020, the load factor was 15%, and the PUC stated that the average for customers in this rate class is more like 40%. So I learned that demand charge-based rate structure results in higher bills for lower load factor customers relative to higher load factor customers. I don't know if that's new news to you all, but it was something interesting for me to learn about our rate structure. The PUC advised that our Ellsworth VFW Hall might want to try to reduce its peak demand, which I know they're very interested in if they only had the funds to make those needed investments. There are 177 American Legion posts in Maine, though not all are active, and there are 50 VFW posts. A very basic back of the envelope calculation found that if all those facilities opted into this proposed program, had buildings with similar demand challenges as our Ellsworth VFW Hall and year-round usage equal to a July usage, the cost shift would be 67 cents per Mainer. On all accounts, I believe this is a gross overestimation, but I did want to share it for some perspective on what would be a worst case scenario. I want to thank you all for listening very attentively to this testimony in support of LD 1431. I look forward to working with you on a path forward to help our veterans organizations afford their electricity bills and continue to thrive in our communities. And I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Grochowski. And there is a question from Representative Kessler.
Hi, this isn't a question so much as a comment. I just had to say that I find it funny that you said that this wasn't going to get technical. That is all.
My response to your question is maybe not as technical, but I feel it is more of a value decision. But I wanted to share with you what I had learned about demand charges, because it is a something that so many of our commercial and industrial class users deal with that I appreciated learning more about. So I couldn't help but share what I had learned. But that's a good point.
I totally appreciate the research that you put into it. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Agreed. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Grohowski, for your testimony. As I recall, when we dealt with this issue with the agricultural fair associations, our remedy, if you will, was that they were allowed to access efficiency main dollars. Don't recall just how that was calculated, but I believe it had something to do with the difference between making them exempt or keeping them as they were. Did you give any consideration, assuming that I'm correct on that, to such an offer here? You did mention that many of these buildings could use efficiency upgrades, and certainly that is what we, I think, did with the agricultural fair associations. This is interesting you brought this forward, because as with the agricultural fair associations, I too was not aware of how some of this billing rate structure was set up. Thank you.
Thank you, if I may. What I recall was the result of that legislation was that the efficiency main trust, I believe, created, I don't want to say a fund, but they captured the amount of money that those agricultural fairs were paying in demand charges, put it in its own sort of set aside, and they're using those funds or attempting to use those funds to help reduce demand charges for those fairs. I would say this is somewhat different because these buildings are used year round. They probably have some of them, like in the case of the Orono American Legion, maybe just have a different style of demand or voltage usage. That's meaning that instead of paying $300 a month in demand charges, they're paying, 20 or 30 or 40. So I do think there are actual issues at certain locations that could maybe be remedied, but I don't know that they're all under the purview of efficiency main trust to solve. So that is a possible mechanism, but I'd want to hear from efficiency main trust if that what we set up for the agricultural fairs is even working. So instead of eliminating demand charges, which if we did that, then the VSO buildings would not be paying very much at all comparatively, because the commercial rate class per kilowatt hour delivery separate from demand charges is so cheap compared to residential. I thought this was sort of a nice middle ground that didn't overcomplicate things. And then halls like the Ellsworth VFW Hall, have already been doing great work, which you'll hear about, and can plan to continue to use this money in a really effective way to solve these problems. So I did think a lot about this, surprising probably no one on this committee. And it seemed like this was a nice sort of middle ground that didn't overcomplicate things for what is a small group of really important organizations in our state.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for presenting your bill, Representative Grohowski, and we will go on to testimony in support from the general public. As always, it'll be limited to 3 minutes, but this is a very inquisitive committee and we may have questions for you. So we'll start with Mr. Daniel Sullivan of the, let me see if I can get this right, Ellsworth Memorial VFW Post 109. Is that correct? And Daniel Sullivan, if you could just unmute, that would I'll get you started. Looks like you're muted.
Okay, I believe we're unmuted now, sir.
There we go. Yes, yes, please.
This is actually I'm not Daniel Sullivan. I'm the other person. This is Randolph Mosley.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Mosley.
We're in the same facility, so Daniel Sullivan will follow me.
Okay, very good.
So good morning, Representative Berry and distinguished members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Randolph Mosley, and I am the quartermaster for the Ellsworth Memorial VFW Post 109. I am speaking in support of LD 1431. It did not seem fair or just to me when I saw my post paying $900+ electric bills every month, on top of $500 every 2 weeks for heating oil during the heating season, even though our thermostats were turned down to 62 degrees or below, except for 12 hours a week that we run bingo. Our building is old and lacking insulation, and we realize that. We have been attempting to make it more energy efficient. We have installed LED lighting in our main hall, which is where 98% of our lighting is used. We have taken a substantial loan to purchase 4 heat pumps, which are installed but not yet operational, but we hope to have them online this week. We also replaced all but 2 of our windows in the main hall as well. Because of our antiquated air handlers, which also provide air conditioning to our hall, we are being crushed by the on-demand power charges connected to commercial power accounts. If we were residential, being charged by the kilowatt, not subject to on-demand charges, we could potentially save $4,000 or more a year in electricity costs. Breaking free from on-demand charges will not only allow us to pay for more energy efficiency upgrades to our building, but to use our money saved to promote the purposes of the VFW, which are fraternal, patriotic, historical, charitable, and educational. We want to be able to help more veterans and their families in need with heating support, handicap renovations, grocery support, and other needs that might arise. We want to be able to support Boy and Girl Scouts, Brownie and Cub Scouts in order to have a hand in developing America's future leaders and patriots. We want to spend more time and effort educating the masses about freedom, democracy, and the importance of all history, good and bad, and how vital it is that it never be erased or forgotten. To be a resource for veterans in the community, you have to remain open. The need never grows smaller, but our ranks are becoming thinner due to old age and the younger generation's unwillingness to join because of the demands of today's hectic world. We will continue to try and do more with less, has always been our mission. LD 1431 would give VFW Post 109 the economic boost we need to continue to promote our core purposes and to remain a viable institution of compassion for today and tomorrow. Thank you to this committee for your time and your well thought out considerations on this matter.
Mr. Mosley, and are there questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for sticking with us. I know it's been a long morning, now afternoon, and I just want to also say thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Great, and you'll be turning it over to your colleague there, I take it? Daniel Sullivan. Okay, we'll give just a moment for you to change seats.
Good afternoon, Representative Berry and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Daniel Sullivan. I'm Post Commander of VFW Post 109. And I've been involved in this for, more years than I want to remember. Our major focus is on veterans assistance, and every cent that we pay going out for utilities is 1 cent less that we can pay helping veterans. We also have a patriotic essay contest that we put in the schools to help educate the children. And we receive no extra money from no one. Our workers, our volunteers, they raise the money, and it's very important that we spend it wisely. In the past 6 years in this building, I've put about $30,000 in upgrades and repairs. We've worked with Efficiency Maine, trying to upgrade our lighting. And the second we did, we got hit with stranded costs from Bangor Hydro and America Maine. Bought them out. Now we're Versant's hitting us with demand charges. We keep the building as tight as we can. We turn off all the lights, we've unplugged things. It's still a matter of, we just paid $750. And out of that, only 164 of it was for electricity. You know, we're being crushed by the fact that, you know, this delivery and transmission charges that was supposed to save us money is killing us. And as a nonprofit, you know, we fall in a very small niche because our people are volunteers. We don't pay for any counselors. It's the people themselves that are doing it, the veterans. And any help we could receive would enhance us to do things. We got killed in this last year. All the normal fundraisers, Buddy Poppies, we weren't allowed to distribute. We were shut down. Bingo, we received no income coming in, but we had the bills. And we couldn't shut the building down because of the fact is we still have to answer the phone and take care of the veterans when they call. You know, it's on demand. We don't know from day to day when somebody, we had a 90-year-old widow call us at the beginning of the winter. She needed 100 gallons of fuel oil. We went down and we paid for the 100 gallons. That is our purpose, is to care for the disabled veterans and the widows and orphans. The educational, we do as much as we can. But at this time, we would like a little bit of help so we can keep our money and use it for our purposes. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, and thank you also for your service and what you're doing there in the community. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Daniel, for your service to our country. And I am sorry to hear that you are being crushed by your energy bills. Could you please clarify how much of your expenses were due to electricity and how much due to heating?
Heating, we had a budget of $756 a month budget payment for heating and service. It's an old building, and unfortunately, our furnace is on the last legs. And back in 1995, I think we paid $30,000 to have the furnace put in. And then on the other hand, we've been averaging between 750 is a good month. Some months we go all the way up to $1,000. So we're taking about $1,500 a month just between the fuel and the electricity. And that means we have to work probably at least half of our bingos in a month, because we only make a couple of $100 per bingo, but half of that has to go to utility costs. Then you have the normal, you know, internet, telephone, and everything. And, you know, when your half your income is going to two of your utilities, you know, it makes for a big thing. We did go out and we took out a loan and we put in heat pumps. And then we found out that our electrical panel had to be upgraded because everything was already filled. So we're having that upgraded tomorrow, and hopefully the heat pumps will cut down our cost. But you take a look around, the state, I think there's 54 VFW posts. Every one of those posts has the same basic business plan, I guess you could call it. We work by volunteers, we raise the money, and then we're a fraternal and charitable organizations. You know, actually, sometimes we get a call from a citizen who's not a veteran, and we'll help them anyway, because we're part of the community. I can't explain any more on it, you know. It's
Thank you
what
very
we do.
much. May I ask a follow-up question, please? Just curious how you found out about efficiency mains programs.
Well, there's been enough in the papers and the internet and everything, you know.
Thank you very
not a
much.
complete dinosaur, you know. And we went through and we decided to get rid of all the fluorescent lights. And we asked Efficiency Maine, and we did get a fairly decent discount on putting the lights, but the lights cost us $8,000 to put in. And that was just upstairs, and we spent another $1,500 for the meeting room downstairs. You know, so we're trying to upgrade and reduce and keep our building as efficient as we can, but we're still getting slaughtered on the outgoing money. You know, we want to cut it back, and we're looking to, but any help we could get, we would appreciate.
And Daniel, have you had any disconnection notices? Are you managing to stay current on your bill, or is there an arrearage at this point?
We stay current, we pay our way, you know, and I'm sorry, I have a little bit hard time making it out because I'm hearing impaired. Too many years on the flight line.
You answered my question. Yeah. Okay. You're
Yeah.
keeping.
No, we have not had a disconnect notice.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it. Well, thank you very much, Commander. And we appreciate your joining us today to testify and all you're doing down there to help the community as well.
Thank you.
All right. And we'll go on to hear from Garrett Corbin at the Public Utilities Commission.
Hey, good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the committee. Garrett Corbin again, testifying neither for nor against LD 1431 on behalf of the Maine PUC. The commission sees the purpose of this bill, which allows military veterans organizations to be billed at a residential rather than commercial rate. The purpose would be to eliminate demand charges in order to lower the cost of electricity for these organizations. It's important to keep in mind that depending on the organization's usage patterns, it's possible the residential rate would result in higher electric costs to the organization. As drafted, the organization would be required to pay the residential rate, even if it could increase its costs. So for that reason, the committee may want to make the availability of a residential rate optional rather than a requirement. Commission also suggests that veterans organizations with high demand charges contact the Efficiency Maine Trust to explore energy efficiency programs that could help result in lower customer demands and therefore lower bills. And finally, the commission emphasizes that any change to utility rate class requirements which reduce certain customers' costs would result in a reduction in utility revenue that would ultimately be paid for by other ratepayers. Commission, with that, welcomes any questions. We'll be happy to join the work session.
Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Corbin. I'm wondering, is this a problem that's unique to these organizations, or is this something that most or all nonprofits are faced with in the state of Maine?
Honestly, Representative Foster, I'm not sure we'd have that information. I think it does sound like it is based, partially at least on the organization, the building they're located in. And I'm sure it's often the case that nonprofits are not in necessarily, new buildings, the most efficient buildings. But again, So, we encourage entities in buildings that could benefit from weatherization upgrades to try to reach out to the Efficiency Main Trust to see if there's any help there.
Any follow-up? Representative Foster?
Yes, thank you. So I guess what I'm getting at, Mr. Corbin, is this rate structure the same, for example, other buildings where nonprofits may reside, run their operation from?
I believe I heard, if I'm not mistaken, that they are in the commercial rate class, and I think it's quite common for organizations of that size to be in the commercial class.
Next up is Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to ask a question during a hearing on my own bill. My question, what I've been wondering, and I hope maybe you can get back to us with this if you don't know, but I'm worried now that this particular facility, and I know others are looking at ways to be part of solutions with climate change and have more efficient energy usage. If the VFW hall in Ellsworth is starting to use a lot more electricity because of its heat pumps, but if they still have maybe circulators or whatever else is causing their demand problem, is that just going to exacerbate their bills because of the kilowatt hours used over the course of the month? And then the demand charges are going to increase even more, because I think it's related on how much electricity you use, correct? So does that seem right? Am I thinking that this decision to do the right thing and switch to heat pumps could end up causing even more hurt under this structure?
He's a great question, Representative Grochowski. It's a somewhat deep question as well. So yeah, I am going to take the chance to get back to you for that on that one for the work session too.
Thank you. I'll admit I was really appreciative of the PUC's help, as I said, because I started looking at these bills and they're so different than a residential bill. I was in over my head very quickly. So thank you for taking the time.
Yeah, and we'd be happy to, don't hesitate. I think I heard you say that you're reluctant to follow up, and if you need to, that's fair. You're welcome to.
Great. And Mr. Corbin, I apologize. I haven't had a chance to review your written testimony, but did you already provide in your testimony any sort of samples of scenarios where, an organization with relatively sporadic, relatively low electricity use might experience this kind of ongoing monthly demand charge, and what that can do to bills? Or if not, could you provide us with some scenarios like that for the work session? I mean, I think this is a really fundamental issue in rate design, and I assume the PUC has given it some consideration, but it's this, sort of marginal difference where you trigger that, that demand charge, I think, that we're really looking at here. So I think scenarios could be a helpful way to understand it for the committee. Would that be possible?
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. That's understood. I'll see if we can get you some scenario feedback. I regret that is not in Appendix A, B, or C to my testimony. So
I'm glad to hear I hadn't missed it. Okay. That's it. Very good. All right. Thank you. And we'll proceed. Looks like there are no other questions for the PUC. So we'll proceed to James Cody here, either for or against, I believe, on behalf of Versant. Is that right?
That's correct. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. James Cody here on behalf of Versant Power to testify neither for nor against LB 1431, but I think we would very genuinely like to extend our appreciation for the service of these types of organizations, and especially to Mr. Mosley and to Mr. Sullivan, who testified in support earlier. We thought it was important just to look at this bill sort of from a nuts and bolts perspective. Obviously, we want to be as supportive as we possibly can be to these types of organizations and other charitable organizations within Versant's service territory. So we just broke it down a little bit in terms of trying to provide some helpful information. The first question we asked is this rate change possible? The answer to that is yes. It would require some fairly basic customer account updates in our billing system that are routinely performed by customer service representatives. Happy to have our billing department available for the work session if that's helpful, and they may be able to better describe what sort of costs are associated with that. I didn't get the sense that we're talking anything extravagant or exorbitant in terms of costs to achieve those billing system changes, but they'd be more than happy to share the details on that. The next question we asked are there any obstacles to implementing this type of program? And the only one that we really could think of is that if the program were to move forward, it would be helpful if these organizations would sort of raise their hand and let us know that they want to make that change. And we think that that would help avoid confusion and any errors that may be associated with making these changes. The last two things that I would just mention briefly, we did want to mention that it may not be safe to assume that these customers would automatically be better off in a residential rate class. I think Mr. Corbin touched on that briefly earlier, but electricity usage at each individual facility is the best indicator when determining which rate class is most beneficial. So a piece of this seems like it may require a bit of an audit, if you will, in quotation marks, to determine facility by facility which rate class is most advantageous to each of these customers. And then the last thing that we just wanted to mention in terms of policymaking is that we would encourage the committee to look at these issues regarding precedents of changing rate classes for various customers. Obviously, Versant Power has a tremendous number of charitable organizations in its service territory. We want to be supportive of those, but we did also just want to make a nod to the fact that if we make this change appropriately for VFW and Legion halls, that others may eventually come forward looking for those types of changes as well. And so we just thought it was important that the committee consider those implications, positive or negative, as you make those deliberations. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or bring any information forward to the work session.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, that will conclude testimony and the public hearing on this LD. Thank you, James, for wrapping it up for us. And we will go on to our last public hearing of the day, which is LD 1435. Again, a bill presented by a member of this very committee. It is an act regarding the solicitation of contracts for distributed resources that use renewable power energy. And presenting the bill today, its sponsor, our own Representative Foster. The chair is pleased to recognize the sponsor to present his bill.
Thank you, Chair Barry. Representative Barry, it appears Senator Lawrence is still absent. But fellow members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology, I am Steve Foster, representative for House District 104, serving Charleston, Dexter, Exeter, Garland, and Stetson, here to present LD 1435, an act regarding the solicitation of contracts for distributed resources that use renewable energy. During the 129th legislature, this committee and the legislature considered LD 1711, the so-called Dow Solar Bill. With little or no accommodation to the concerns of those in opposition, the bill was passed, signed, and written into statute. When LD 1711 came to the House floor for consideration, I proposed an unsuccessful amendment. The basis for this bill I bring forward today. As part of my testimony in support of LD 1435, I've included excerpts from that amendment floor speech, if you will bear with me. Quote, LD 1711 would seek to jumpstart solar renewable energy installation in Maine by incentivizing over 800 megawatts of new construction. Not only is it big, but it is very expensive. Solar power has come a long way. Installation costs have dropped. Panels and equipment produced in China are said to be 75% less expensive than those available just a few years ago. Federal tax dollars and other subsidies have already jump-started their use. Although one of the more inefficient renewable energy sources available, we've decided Those with solar panels will be subsidized by other electric ratepayers to help them out, despite their affluence and ability to pay their own way. Large grid scale projects have been approved with lower and lower guaranteed kilowatt hour payments. The Public Utilities Commission approved contracts at less than 4 cents per kilowatt hour. One of those, a 100 megawatt project, came in at 3.45 cents with a 2.5% increase per year with a 10-year term. LD 1711 will be much costlier to ratepayers. First of all, there's a fiscal note of nearly $735,000 in the first year, $852,000 in the second, and an additional $12,000 each of the following 2 years. However, 1711 will not languish on the appropriations table, as these costs for the PUC to administer this complex bill will be charged to the ratepayers. Secondly, a large portion of the projects approved will fall under the net metering part of the bill. This means those producers will have connection to the grid for sale, purchase, and access to standby generation with little cost while receiving retail pricing credits for power they sell to the grid. You may recall that the end of gross metering added $3 million to ratepayers for a much smaller generating capacity than we're talking about procuring in this bill. Thirdly, previous legislation to determine labor requirements for construction will add project costs, borne eventually by the ratepayers. Lastly, the scheme used to award contracts in this bill will result in 20-year guaranteed payments above market pricing for the larger commercial scale projects. Although it will likely be more, a contract price just 2 cents above the ongoing market rate would result in estimated stranded costs of more than $13 million a year for the 375 megawatts and more than $20 million per year for the estimated 800 megawatts this bill would subsidize, again, would by the ratepayers. This amendment will allow the PUC to approve solar renewable energy projects at market rates and terms for the construction of more generating capacity at less cost for the affected ratepayers. It could allow twice the installed capacity for half the money. The purchase of 750 megawatts of solar versus 375 for the same money with no impact to ratepayers. Now, back to the future. In just over a year, we've learned a lot about the effects LD 1711 had and will have on Maine ratepayers. The estimated costs I warned of fell well shy of what the PUC saw when the first bids came in for the Part B portion of the bill. The cost to ratepayers necessary to support kilowatt hour pricing up to 4 times that of the Part A bids forced them to halt the process. Bidding for large grid scale projects continues to be aggressive, with bids at or near average market wholesale rates, lower than had been expected. The need to jumpstart solar generation no longer exists. With grid scale installations offering an economy of scale, a concentration of grid access points, and the same carbon reduction at a much lower cost to ratepayers, they continue to be more viable. By allowing the PUC to bid all of the generating capacity required by LD 1711, as it does the grid scale portion, LD 1435 will keep rates more affordable for those looking to reduce their carbon footprint while expanding their electricity usage. I ask that while looking to increase Maine's solar generating capacity, you consider the Maine ratepayers and support this bill. Thank you for your consideration. Would be happy to answer any questions you may have. And I would just like to add to my written testimony a couple of points. I received, as many of you may have also, many emails in regards to bills that we have talked about and have considered thus far regarding solar energy in Maine. One of those was asking me to vote against bad solar bills. And that's exactly what I intend to do with this bill, is to correct a bad solar bill. One of my concerns, and as you've heard many times from me in committee, is for ratepayers, especially in my part of the state. Of those, and I have the Excel spreadsheet I can send to you, and I realize this is no scientific survey, but of the 423 emails I received, only a small portion were from what I would consider central and northern Maine. Most came from counties in southern Maine or coastal counties where more affluent residents reside. And I'm assuming most of them had or certainly support solar power. Only 2 came from my district, which includes the same approximately the same number of constituents as your districts do. So I only offer that as I guess, more evidence that rural ratepayers, which are somewhat addressed in this bill that I brought forward today, are probably more affected by more affluent ratepayers in other parts of the state where wages are higher and solar power is maybe more attainable. I would also say that I've been quite interested to find discussion the last few days, and even a lot of what we heard today from those in the industry and those dealing with the effects of where we have, of the legislation we have passed and where we've gone with renewable energy, that are now raising concerns that have been raised before and probably should have been addressed before in regards to location, effects on the environment, and the cost to ratepayers and the cost to those who want to increase their use of electricity and decrease their use of carbon fuels. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to put this bill forward. I know that we have many other bills that are delving into the same area, and I will certainly try to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative Foster. And are there questions for the sponsor? All right, seeing none, we will go on to testimony from the public in support, and that it will come from Stephen Hudson, representing ECG. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Barry, members of the EUT committee. I am still Stephen Hudson, a partner at Pretty Flaherty, here today representing the Industrial Energy Consumer Group in strong support of undoing a climate mistake as proposed by the bill and as so eloquently explained by the bill sponsor. I'm not going to repeat what he said very well. I will say that I consider the second half of LD 1711, that is 1711B, one of the great disappointments of my lobbying career. I had worked in good faith to improve language in the 1711A or the expanded NEB program, along with proponents of that legislation, and thought that we had reached a place where IECG would have been able to support 1711, but that was not the case, as the committee adopted a program that the PUC in some pretty strong language characterizes is fatally flawed and a poor program design. I will say that IECG is heartened to hear from members of this committee on both sides of the aisle during discussions around the NEB subcommittee that the DG procurement program should be repealed. This bill is one vehicle to do so. You have obviously other opportunities to do so, but we urge you to correct this climate mistake. We have a lot of work to do, as you've heard today, and you've heard all session. You've heard that the IECG does not oppose additional procurement of renewable resource capacity, but we just object to procuring such in an uncoordinated and overly expensive manner. You're going to hear from, I'm sure, folks that are going to oppose this bill about the fact that that there are important siting criteria and project selection criteria that alone justify this program's existence. We have always said if certain criteria are important to the committee, whether it's siting as in the discussion we heard around 1355 and farmland, then those should be gateway criteria. We shouldn't pay extra for those. We shouldn't have programs that are special set-asides. We should just say that all things being equal, including cost, we'll first select those projects meeting those gateway criteria before we consider other projects. We think that's one way of addressing some of the other policy goals that get mentioned whenever we talk about renewable energy procurements. Anyhow, we believe that you've got the subcommittee that's working is actively exploring whether a bipartisan resolution to the entire NEB and DG issues are possible. We are been pleased with the dedicated work on the part of the GEO, the PUC, the interested parties, and of course the committee members that are spending extra time to try to work through this. And we urge this committee to hold this bill until a final determination by the full committee on these issues has been made. We want to thank the sponsor again for bringing this bill forward, and we are committed to working with the committee and all interested parties in finding a wise path forward. Thank you. We'll be glad to answer questions now or at the work session.
Great, thanks. Representative Growski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hudson, I am curious. I've heard some posit that one of the flaws with the DG procurements was that when we increased the cap for the regular net metering program to 5 megawatts, that created sort of an artificially high floor for the bids that went into the DG procurement process. Originally, I guess the bill, I mean, I feel like it was 10 years ago, it was not, but originally the bill, I think, was 0 to 2 megawatts were in the first program, and then 2 to 5. So there was no overlap. Now there is significant overlap. Have you given any thought as to whether that is part of what's causing these high, these sort of expensive bids to come in for that portion of the program?
I think the PUC could, I mean, we obviously did not get a chance to review the individual bids that came in because they were confidential, at least until a contract would have been awarded. And of course, no contract was awarded. And the price you're referring to, there were ultimately fewer projects than were anticipated to be bid into the first tranche. And those prices were in the 19 to 19.5 cent per kilowatt hour project. That's as much as 56% higher than current NEB rates in the NEB commercial and institutional tariff program. So that was clearly a concern. Frankly, I think what the committee may have in its, we applaud the committee's desire to help Maine achieve its climate goals by promoting renewables. In that enthusiasm, I think you've created 3 opportunities for savvy developers to choose which program would provide the greatest incentive for them, a financial incentive. And I think some folks were planning to game the system and getting eligible for one and then bidding something higher into another, and then in the hopes that they could, as a rational being would do, try to maximize their return. And so the cure for that is to make sure that the direction you give the PUC reduces the ability for folks to game the system, focuses on driving competition at the lowest possible cost, and ensures that you don't become so enamored with the idea that small is beautiful and small is always best. To recognize that what's best is to provide as many benefits to the state when you're procuring these resources and using ratepayer money to do it, whether it's getting good scale, so you get the largest, you get the biggest bang for the buck in terms of the amount of megawatts you can purchase, whether you site it in northern Maine, as you heard earlier, to advance some of the valid economic interests and the concerns of that region, whether you invest perhaps more heavily now, given the amount of solar we have in the development queue, maybe you balance portfolio by investing more in wind, whether onshore. You have to realize that offshore wind is coming. Maine needs to realize that this is not some pipe dream. This was a significant commitment even before the administration, the Biden administration, strapped rocket boosters onto it and launched it. So there's a host of things that can be done, that should be done. But we just hope that we'll recognize the mistake. I'm not going to blame anyone for it, but the failure to correct is something that where people should be blamed for. It's important to say we made a mistake here. We're going to do better. We're going to at the same time, this committee deserves a lot of credit for what it did on LD 1494. I think there was a very involved and lengthy interested parties effort on 1494, and we think it came out with a very good bill that has been justified by the results of the auction. Sorry that went on so long. You always prompt additional thinking on my part, Representative.
Great. Any additional thinking you want to prompt, Representative Grochowski, or are we? Good.
I think that was plenty. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hudson.
Thank you very much.
And it looks like that's it for testimony and support. We'll now proceed to testimony in opposition from Stephen Weems of the Solar Energy Association of Maine.
Thank you, Representative Barry, the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utility and Technology. My name is Steve Weems, Executive Director of the Solar Energy Association of Maine. With respect for the sponsor, we oppose both the timing and the purpose of LD 1435. We think it's premature to pass judgment on the innovative distributed generation resource competitive procurement program before it has been fairly tested. I'm going to depart from my written testimony and say simply that the events to date leave us all in the dark about whether this is a good program or not. And we should find out whether it is. So here are the three main points I'd like to pull out about that. Kind of referring to the question that Representative Grahowski just asked, the essential problem with the program as it's been tested so far is that the space for the distributed generation procurement program is the same space that the net energy billing program now inhabits, excuse me. And the fact that the top level of both the DG program and the NEB program was 5 megawatts, and it just messed up the entire intent of the original DG competitive procurement program, which was to establish a band or range of project size between 2 and 5 megawatts of capacity, and require that any project in that space be competitively bid under the DG program. That hasn't happened yet, and so the cure that Steve Hudson is requiring isn't to kill the program, it's to resurrect the distinction between the NEB program and the DG procurement program so that the DG is fully bid on a competitive basis and see what happens. Common sense says the results will be substantially different and better priced. Secondly, this is the only program that is in the space of a retail energy procurement program for identified customers on a bid basis. And it offers a unique opportunity to address the needs of special customer groups like renters and low-income people. There is no other vehicle that is obviously useful to address those special needs. And finally, this program specifies that the procurement is a bundled procurement of both, or of all three of the major values of a renewable energy project: the energy, the renewable energy certificates, and the capacity value. So that comparing the bid prices are vastly different, or what's being bid is vastly different, because there's much more value being provided to the utilities in the bid price for a competitive procurement or the DG program. That was a recommendation of the market assessment that the GEO talked about earlier, and this is a good way to test the value of those bundled procurements and what they're worth to both utilities and ratepayers. So on that basis, we've given 5 steps in the pages 3 and 4 of our testimony that we suggest to to try again on this program and see how it works under optimum conditions of a bid environment. Thank you for listening, and I'm sorry I ran a little bit over there.
Okay, not too much over. And are there questions from the committee? Okay, just very briefly, so can you describe how in the DG procurement that was initially envisioned and the sponsor's version of LD 1711, how the RECs would have added value. Just briefly trace that portion of it. I believe you've referred to it, but I just want to make sure that that we understand that in a nutshell, if you can encapsulate it in a nutshell.
I'll try to put it in a nutshell. There are a lot of oak trees on my property, so maybe that helps. The RPS procurement has been done so far was for energy only. The specification for the DG procurement program was that the procurement would be for energy, renewable energy certificates, and capacity value. And the renewable energy certificates today are worth probably 4 or 5 cents a kilowatt hour when you put it on that basis. So there's additional value that would flow to the utilities. Whatever the bid price was under the DG procurement program, that value would get to the utilities and the ratepayer, and it isn't getting there through any other of the 2 programs that are on the books, either the smaller NEB program or the larger RPS procurement program. So it's completely unique in the bundle of values that would be bought by the utilities and therefore available to the benefit of all of its ratepayers.
Got it. So we've heard some people compare, 3.5 cents to 14 cents. And what you're saying, if I'm hearing you correctly, is that that's just a useless comparison. It's really apples and oranges.
That's exactly
Is that correct?
That's exactly correct. The other numbers that are being used are basically for energy, either wholesale or retail value of energy. And in this case, it would be the retail value of the energy plus the value of the RECs plus the value of the capacity of the resources that would be purchased by the utility.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, that concludes testimony in opposition. And we go next to, actually, it looks like the final testimony of the day. No pressure. Garrett Corbin from the PUC.
The only pressure is getting between you and the rest of the day, I guess. So I will try to keep it as brief as possible. Good afternoon for the final time, Representative Berry and members of the committee. As noted, my name is Garrett Corbin, testifying neither for nor against on behalf of the PUC on this bill, LD 1435. Section 3 of the Act repeals Chapter 34C of enacted last year, as has been noted. As required, the commission initiated the first procurement in early 2020. The commission was not able to accept any bids after finding that that procurement was not competitive. And in light of that fact, the commission fully supports the repeal of Chapter 34C as proposed in Section 3 of this bill. Section 2 of the bill adds a new long-term contract section directing the commission to conduct by 2025 at least 2 more competitive solicitations for renewable distributed resources for a total of up to 375 megawatts, specifying the commission coordinate these solicitations with its other procurements. And there's no cap on wattage, as is the case with most other renewable resource laws. The commission's in the process of conducting the second of 2 required solicitations pursuant to Section 3210G in Title 35A. Through these 2 solicitations, the commission's required to procure approximately 800 megawatts of renewable generation, as we noted in our testimony on LD 1350. So while we believe the prices obtained in the first round of the procurement will benefit ratepayers based on energy price forecasts, history has proven that unforeseen changes in market conditions should be expected. Under current law, there's no further requirement for larger scale project procurements. However, the commission does have the discretion to conduct long-term contract procurements under Title 35A, Section 3210C. And again, as noted in our earlier testimony on Senator Vitelli's bill, we urge the committee to carefully consider how additional procurements might impact the state's long-term strategy to meet our renewable energy goals. Important questions including when will additional generation be needed to serve main consumers? How much risk should ratepayers take on at a time? And is there a benefit to spacing out procurements to allow for an evaluation of changes in regional electricity markets? Just a few technical points. The commission is also required to procure distributed resources. That terminology generally refers to smaller resources below 5 megawatts. This bill specifies that any renewable project will qualify regardless of the facility's power production capacity. So the committee may want to clarify its intent in this regard. The commission would suggest removing the terminology distributed resources if future required solicitations include larger scale resources. And finally, the commission respectfully urges the committee to carefully consider how this legislation fits into the larger context of the state's long-term plan to meet the state's renewable energy goals. With that, I will set you free, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. Questions from the committee? Well, certainly not for today, but for the work session, if it's not in your testimony already, it would be great to understand, perhaps with some hypotheticals, since we, I guess those bids that the commission received weren't public, but it would be great to understand how the commission would value a few hypothetical bids for DG that included capacity and RECs as well as energy, so that we can kind of get at that question that was being discussed earlier. Does that make sense? Not sure.
Yeah, it makes sense. There is some more detail on our testimony. My gut is telling me that might be something difficult to do, but let me check and we'll do our best for sure.
Okay, that's great. Just to gauge what is competitive and what is not competitive. If 3.5 cents is competitive for energy only, what is competitive for energy and capacity and RECs, that at the moment. And obviously I do understand that markets change, but it would be helpful to understand what the commission would consider to be competitive.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Yep.
Great, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, I believe that concludes our testimony on this bill, but let me just check with our clerk.
That is it.
Okay. So that is it for today. And I believe, Deirdre, can you remind us, do we have anything scheduled for tomorrow, or is it just Thursday that we're looking at now?
Just Thursday. We have about 11 work sessions scheduled.
It sounds like a piece of cake.
So get ready to vote by 11.
Vote
PM.
All 11. Okay.
11 by 11 a.m.
Okay, 11 by 11. Sounds good. That's a great target. Okay, so with that ambitious goal in mind, we'll conclude our work for the day. And thanks to all who testified, and thanks for the committee members that were able to stick in there with us. Hope you have a great afternoon.